Hello! How's it going, everyone? It's good to be back. I will be here for the next 12 hours or so, roughly speaking. And we'll be starting MGS3, of course. Fuck it, let's get straight into it. Let's do it. Just bear with me here for a second. Need to change some settings on Streamlabs. I could let the opening credits play with the Snake Eater theme, but if you're starting off a new game on a fresh save, the opening credits do not play. You have to wait until the end of the Virtuous Mission. So I prefer to do that because then you'll just be hearing it twice and the opening kind of spoils it. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna delay it until the end of the Virtuous Mission, and then you'll hear it. Then you'll get your opening credits scene. There's no need to play it twice. Hold on a second. Hold on. Just gotta change my donation settings on Streamlabs. PayPal settings. There we go. There's some cool details on this main menu before we even get started. There are little secrets to talk about here on this menu. You can change the speed of the animation, the CQC animation. There, we're speeding it up. You can slow it down. You can change the camo patterns in the background. You can change the colors. You can take the colors away from the background altogether, so you just have the camo within the characters. Look at this fancy shit. Yeah, pretty cool. Change like the outline, I guess. Really cool. All right. Just all the different buttons on the controller, like L1, R1 speeds it up, R2 slows it down. Then all your other various buttons, L1, square, triangle, changes all sorts of different things. You can fuck around with the opening credits as well. You can add little animations to the opening credits sequence, which I think you can do when we get to the sequence in the game as well. I don't think you can just do it when it plays here. You can add little parachute snakes and stuff like that. Let me just see what files I have here. Hey, what's up, Yuki? How's it going, everyone? It's good to be back. Oh, nice. I have a completed file. Okay. Oh, nice. I have a completed extreme file as well. Even better. Yeah. Let's do it.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Pakistan. Altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings.
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the Virtuous Mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the Virtuous Mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. For used a mole to get the family out first, and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proof.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat Talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
Well, you've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox Unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
I'll try my best. All right. What's up, fools? Hey, how's it going, Martian? I saw you lurking there. Commander Dolph, Legion, all the usuals. Let's see. Yeah, so we're playing on NG Plus on a completed file, which means we'll be able to do a few extra calls, which you can't do in a new game. Let me just call 0 again here, right at the beginning.
Snake, first you need to find that backpack you lost on the way down. Your backpack got caught on a tree to the north.
This is regular extreme. You can have a bit more fun on regular extreme compared to European extreme. In MGS2, you get a choice whether you want game over on sight or not, even when you play on European extreme. On MGS3, you don't. If you play on European extreme, you have game over on sight by default. So, in order to just have a bit more fun with the game, we're playing on normal extreme, which means we can get alerts.
Snake, you said your backpack got caught on a tree branch, right?
Yeah,
Was there ivy growing on the tree?
there was, but
Perfect.
perfect.
Indeed. You can climb any ivy-covered tree by standing in front of the ivy and pressing the action button. Climb the tree and retrieve your backpack.
Okay. Don't remember that one. It kind of felt like it was going to turn into something more than just a simple tutorial. But...
Snake, first you need...
Okay. But what happens if we try and just leave the area before getting the backpack?
Snake, where do you think you're going? You can't expect to proceed with the mission without any weapons or equipment. First, you'll need to recover your backpack. It's caught on a tree to the south. Press the action button to climb the tree and retrieve your backpack. Is that clear?
Okay. Hey, what's up, PJ? How's it going, JMP? Did I sleep well? Yeah, fairly well. I haven't been awake for long. I still need to eat something. I went out and grabbed a big can of Red Bull. I was feeling a bit groggy, but I'm waking up slowly. It'll take me a bit of time, but I'm getting there. Mod is with the 41 months. Thank you. And then it just forces you to come back. Let's climb this tree. Hey, how's it going, Rage?
Snake, did you climb that tree?
Yes,
Good. So the backpack?
not yet.
Not yet? Don't tell me you went up the tree just to take in the view. Well, I must admit that's not a bad idea. Climbing a tree does give you a wider range of view. You can use it for scouting. But what you need to do now is retrieve your backpack. Understood?
Yeah,
The backpack is on the branch pointing east on that tree, right? Walk along the branch and get it. Be careful not to fall. You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button.
I love how they created a call just for this tiny little scenario. What if the player climbs the tree, stays on the branch, but doesn't get the backpack and decides to call Major Tom again? What about now?
You should be able to grab your backpack if you hang from the branch by pressing the action button. I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You are a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your codename is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra Unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing Virtuous Mission now.
All right, we're back. Vlad, how's it going? Lil Mac, thank you very much for the 60 months. Modiz, I thanked you already, didn't I, for your 41 months? Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that thing in chat. I was like, is that a donation? Are those bits? Looked at my dashboard, didn't know what the hell it was. So here we are. Here we are. We have our first chat with the boss. Kind of feels like, obviously, this is a prequel, but in many ways, it feels like we're picking up from where MGS2 left off with some of the characters. Like we're thrown back into this mentor-student relationship, which almost feels like a continuation of the Snake and Raiden relationship to me. You know, like, I can't tell you how to think, you'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Very reminiscent of Arsenal Gear and what Snake says to Raiden. You know, Raiden looking for a reason to live. Looking for something to believe in. But, yeah, we see Snake trying to figure out what it means to be a soldier, how to be a soldier. And the boss says, well, it says you're better off not believing in anything. Even in those we love. He doesn't necessarily tell him that that's the right thing to do, but if you want to be a good soldier, that is what you have to do. Don't believe in anything. Which is certainly a contrast to the end of MGS2. Solid Snake doesn't preach that message to Raiden. You know, he tries to free him from the shackles of being a soldier. Let's save.
Saving the game, Snake? Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
So it begins, the movie talk. There is a lot of movie talk in MGS3. Every time we save with Paramedic, she has a new movie to talk about. Godzilla being the first one, which had a huge impact on Kojima. If you watch the original Godzilla, you'll definitely see the influence. The anti-nuclear themes, this giant mythical beast, which I'm assuming was the influence behind the roaring that Rex does. You know, the dinosaur roars that you see from the mechs in the series. I'm assuming that goes all the way back to Godzilla. That's where the DNA comes from. Did I see the new Godzilla by Anno? Shin Godzilla, I did. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I only watched the original Godzilla very recently. I enjoyed that quite a bit as well. It has its issues, but I really enjoyed it. Another movie that they put front and center in this game is The Great Escape, which is probably referenced more than any other film. All the other films just get like one save call dedicated to it. Maybe there's a couple of other films that get brought up more than once, but yeah, The Great Escape and its relation to Zero's code name. The Great Escape was the film that inspired the very first Metal Gear, so I think that's why that gets special significance in this game. In this game full of movie references, I think The Great Escape is another one that really stands out. Yeah, that was the film that inspired the first Metal Gear. When Kojima was creating the first Metal Gear, he wanted to recreate the feeling that he had watching the original Great Escape. And that's where the whole idea of prisoners came from. Originally, you were supposed to play as a prisoner, trying to escape from outer heaven or some kind of facility. But then they reworked that idea. I still haven't seen The Great Escape. I've been meaning to watch that for some time. But yeah, that had a huge influence on the series. Maybe you could say it's responsible for the creation of the series, given its huge influence on the original Metal Gear. An interesting little meta detail regarding the opening scene. You know how Zero is talking about the creation of Fox, and if this mission goes well, will be officially organized into a unit. Kojima Productions was officially formed after the release of MGS3, shortly after the release of MGS3. And wouldn't you know, the Kojima Productions logo is literally the exact same logo as the Fox logo in this game. So when Zero is talking about the success of this mission and how if it goes well that they'll be officially organized into a unit, I think it's Kojima also talking about his own team and if this game goes well, if the development of this game goes well, we'll get our own official studio. The very first Kojima Productions logo as well was a video of the plane from the start of the Virtuous Mission. You know, just the image of that plane flying in the sky, and then it zooms in on the Fox logo on the plane. So their very first logo was something straight out of MGS3 as well. shortly after the game's release. So I'm assuming that's what that's getting at. There was some interesting lines in the trailer for MGS3 as well, like MGS relives the past to survive the future, and things like that. In the eyes of a lot of Western fans, you know, MGS3 had to win people back. You know, MGS2 was this very controversial game. A lot of people, you know, there was this huge backlash to the game. People were not happy with how subversive that game was, the misleading trailers. Yeah. Hold on one second, guys. But yeah, I think... Hold on. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by my phone here. But yeah, I think that was one of the goals of MGS3 was to win back a lot of those fans that were not so happy with MGS2. And the game very directly deals with the MGS2 backlash in a lot of its calls. The Rykov character, which is just a complete joke character to make fun of Raiden. You get a lot of calls in the game. Several calls relate to the idea of just taking things easy, having a bit of fun, not getting too absorbed into your mission. You know, MGS3, there's a lot of comedy in MGS3. There's a lot of silly stuff. It's not as like philosophical or existential. There's just yeah, there's just more. It focuses much more on the entertainment factor. I think DRK resents the game quite a bit due to that. I don't care as much. You know, I still really love MGS3, but it's definitely trying to be much more of a crowd pleaser compared to something like MGS2. MGS2 was designed to be this very subversive, challenging piece of work, and MGS3 is kind of the opposite of that. It's trying to win people back. It's trying to, yeah, it's more of a crowd pleaser. But it's still a really damn good crowd pleaser, so that's why I can forgive it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think in terms of like pure game design, I think you could argue that MGS 2 and 3 are like Kojima Productions at their peak. Just in terms of like just how impressive MGS 2 and 3 are. They're both like incredibly impressive games. Just the amount of detail. And just that style of game design that Kojima was building since, I think you could say, Police Knots. You know, the multi-process story, as he coined it. That approach that tries to react to all of the different things that the player could possibly imagine in an environment. You know, what if the player does this, does that, does this? How will the game react to it? I feel like MGS 2 and 3 really stand out in that regard. You know, just all of these little things and little nuances that react to the player's input. Another thing you'll see quite a bit in some of the calls in this game is like Snake getting bored. Like if characters start to go on for too long, Snake starts to fall asleep. And you see way less like mandatory radio conversations in this game. Most of the radio conversations are optional, but there's still like loads of optional radio conversations. It was one criticism of MGS2 that the game interrupted you too often with long codec calls. And honestly, I think that's kind of a valid criticism. Like the pacing on the big shell and how frequently the game interrupts you. I think that's a valid criticism, particularly at the start of the plant. Like if you're playing MGS2 like a normal human being and you're not like crazy psychopaths like us stopping to do every last bit of stopping to do every last codec call. Like if you're just playing the start of the plant normally, you go up to the door, you open the door, you get interrupted by another scene and another call. You walk another 2 steps, you get another cutscene. You walk another 2 steps, you get another cutscene. You do this tiny little bit of gameplay, you get another cutscene. Then you're at the top of Strut A. There's nothing to really do up there gameplay-wise. Again, it's interesting if you're trying to dissect all of the little story details, right? But not everyone is crazy like that. Some people are just going to go ahead and just play the game normally, go into the next area, immediately get interrupted by another little scene, and then you deal with that one little guard inside Strut A, which isn't a particularly interesting gameplay sequence. Then you get another cutscene and another codec call. You know, it's like constant interruptions. It's like tiny little snippets of gameplay, and then another cutscene, and then another cutscene, and another codec. You know, you get a lot of those interruptions. And that's not to say MGS3 doesn't have some pacing issues as well. I think it does. And the Virtuous Mission in particular, I think you get a lot of big cutscenes. But I think it was the codec calls that people found to be particularly jarring in MGS2. Just the constant, ringing sound. And I guess a lot of people just find if you're interrupted by cutscenes instead of codec calls, it's not as bad because they feel more dynamic. You're not just looking at this one static screen. If you want to do all of the optional calls in the Virtuous Mission, though, like we'll be trying to do here, it's really not the best. Because there are loads of options. There are way too many optional calls in the Virtuous Mission. That's what it really comes down to. The Virtuous Mission is only a few areas, but there are so many optional calls. So there's no way to really, naturally pace out these calls. So you really just have to spend a lot of time sitting on this screen trying to get these calls. Because once you get to Operation Snake Eater, you won't be able to get them again. You have to trigger them here on the Virtuous Mission. And it's particularly annoying with Zero because a lot of his good calls are buried under mountains of tutorial calls, which aren't so interesting. It wouldn't be so bad if you could just get all his calls easily, one after the other, but yeah, it can be a bit of a pain. Although because we're on NG+, that might change how they roll out. Because I think that NG Plus does affect the that does affect the tanker calls in MGS2, which is kind of similar. Hold on a second. I'm just scrolling up in the chat here, just seeing what I missed.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction. Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss's frequency is 141.
Yeah, suck my balls.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement.
Yeah.
Snake, did you find food?
Yeah,
You sound happy.
I am.
Do you know how to eat it? Then let me explain. To eat food, press the start button.
Snake
to
does
enter the
not know how to
survival
eat
viewer,
food.
Then select food. Select the food you want to eat and press the enter button. Select eat and you will eat the selected food. When you eat, you will recover your stamina, but the extent of recovery depends on what you eat. When your stamina is down only slightly, you should save your tastier morsels for later. But don't leave food for too long or it'll rot. This is where a little planning ahead goes a long way.
Besides eating food, you can throw it at enemies to confuse them. So remember, food is not just for eating. Be creative.
I really like some of this, like how they... Some of the humorous stuff in this game is kind of clever. How they relate it to the player's, like, lack of knowledge. You know, Snake doesn't know how to eat because the player is new to the game and they might not know how to eat. Like, you know, later on when Snake asks Sigint, is there a way to take off his pants? You know, is there a way that I can use the survival viewer to take off my pants? Speaking as a normal human being, he should obviously be able to take off his pants, but he's speaking as someone who needs to utilize game mechanics to take off his pants. But yeah, Snake is presented as a real caveman in this game. He's like a big baby, experiencing the world for the first time.
If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the boss. The boss's frequency is 141.80. Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. Snake, when your stamina gets low, it
Yeah.
your actions can lower. Snake, use the survival.
Major,
What is it?
it's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs dig 3 tunnels for their escape. They named them Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished, but eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Oh, it's all right. It's, Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. Yes, no question about it. Snake, in order to carry out the mission without being spotted, you must learn to detect an approaching enemy well ahead of time. Press the first-person view button and use the first-person view to...
Yeah.
You can use an equipped weapon during first... Snake, making it...
So you see, this is what you have to do. If you want to get all the good story-related calls, you have to go through all these tutorials, looking for the little nuggets.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between
Yeah.
Snake, in order to maintain your stamina, you'll have to feed yourself. The idea behind this mission is procure on site. This goes for food as well.
Procure on site.
That's right.
But don't you think I should have at least brought a few rations?
Americans have a terrible habit of taking everything with them. Nowadays, nobody can get anything done without a lot of fancy equipment. It wasn't like that in SAS, I'll tell you that. And with Fox, we're running things my way.
Roger that, sir.
You're not convinced, are you? Well, think of it this way. The stuff you'll find out there tastes a lot better than army rations anyway.
I hope you're right.
You'll be procuring food by capturing local plants and animals. Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna available in the mission area. Ask her if you have any questions about the plants and animals you find. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73.
Dim, Konami published a series of picture books for kids with Gakko and Karatan, teaching kids how to read a clock, basic manners, importance of brushing your teeth, etc. You think that's partly why Kojima put that stuff in the game? To tie in with Snake's big baby character?
Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an...
Oh! I shouldn't have skipped it. I got fooled. I got fooled into thinking it was just a simple tutorial call. It's very easy to get fooled by some of the calls. You think it's just a little tutorial call, but then it's not. It turns into one of the joke calls. Alright, we're going to have to restart the whole playthrough. Hey dog, do you know if the backlash to MGS2 was all throughout the world or just in the West? From what I understand, it was just in the West, and that Raiden was actually quite popular in Japan. I think it was mainly in the US. I'm not sure if there was a big response in Europe. Again, for me personally, when I played the game, I didn't even really use the internet back in those days, so I wasn't I didn't know anything about internet fandoms or anything like that. All I had around me was my friends who also played the game, and we all really enjoyed MGS2. We didn't know anything about a backlash until years later. And I think maybe it was like that for a lot of people in Europe. Maybe there was maybe the fandom was more of a... Yeah, I'm not sure if there was much of an online fandom in Europe for MGS in general. So yeah, I don't know. I think it was mainly a US thing, but it could maybe some places in Europe too. I don't know. But I don't think it was a thing in Japan at all.
Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into thinking you're really dead. It may come in handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
What do you mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. adenosine, and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides such as methionine and kephalin. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill. When you take it, it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals such as naloxone, which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
Dim. The picture books released in 2007, but I like to joke about them considering the amount of heavy-hitting books in Peace Walker versus Snake being a moron in MGS3. It's a funny contrast. Okay. I was thinking maybe they released them back in the day when MGS3 was being released or something like that. You're just fucking around with it. Anything else, Tom?
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made
Machines,
public.
eh?
It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
I love how high-pitched he goes, "Hey, my scone's gone too! Oh, dearie me, I'm a poor Englishman." There he is, the leader of the Patriots, everybody. Truly a man to be feared. I feel like the hate for Raiden is more of a journalist thing, more than a gamer thing. No, not at all. It is 100% a gamer thing. MGS2 received rave reviews from critics, from journalists when it came out. The backlash was completely down to fans. Angry gamer bros.
Snake, what do you do when you get a new weapon or item?
I put it in my backpack first.
But you know that you can't equip items that are still in your backpack, right?
Yeah. The only things that can be equipped with the weapon and item window buttons are items on my person.
Correct. If you want to equip an item, first you have to remove it from your backpack.
To place a weapon on your person, go to the survival viewer, then backpack, then select weapon. A list of weapons will be shown in a window in the upper left. Select the weapon you wish to put on.
Yeah. A lot of journalists were gamer bros back in the day. Yeah, that's true, but you know, there wasn't like a critical backlash. You know, the game was very well received when it first came out, but then when MGS3 came out, a lot of the critics kind of jumped on the MGS2 hate bandwagon. Like then you saw a lot of critics change their minds about MGS2. If you read some of those initial MGS3 reviews, a lot of them talk about MGS2 and how MGS3 needed to like save the series again, needed to win people back after MGS2's high-minded meta babble.
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities, built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all. The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
From the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels that she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. That we were able to get the green light for this mission at all is thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects. Snake, aiming your gun during first-person view is a bit different from what you're used to in training.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view, align the front sight and the rear sight of the gun with the target, then fire.
No laser sight?
What?
A laser sight. I heard the military was developing them, but...
You want a laser sight?
Uh-huh.
A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels on this mission, Snake. For the assault rifle and certain other weapons, pressing the weapon button will first ready the gun for shooting from the hip. If you're in a close quarters fight or other situation that requires immediate action, fire from that position. Observe where your shots are hitting and correct your aim accordingly.
I understand, but that doesn't sound too accurate.
Of course not. So when you require pinpoint targeting, like when firing from afar or sniping, hold the aim button to aim. Carefully align your front and rear sights to concentrate fire and gain a sharper view on your target.
The boss wouldn't be an MGS2 fan. Yeah, there used to be 3 streamers on this channel. Knight, myself, DRK. Originally, this was Knight's channel as well. Before we all joined together and streamed on this channel, this was Knight's channel. And then we all decided to merge here. And then we disbanded. So we all have our own separate channels now. And now this is DRK's own channel. It isn't really a shared channel at all anymore. I'm streaming here, but you know, we don't split the revenue of this channel anymore. You know, this is DRK's channel. My channel is my channel. Knight's channel is his channel. And we stopped the merging thing altogether just because it was really bad financially for us, for our taxes. So now we just alternate back and forth between channels. You know, we used to always just do the marathons here, but now that we have our separate channels again, we alternate. You know, 1 month we do a marathon here, and I help DRK out here with his channel. And then You know, and then we'll do a marathon on my channel. We go back and forth. We alternate from month to month. Last month we did a marathon on my channel. This month we're doing it here. And next month it'll be back on my channel. Yeah, whoever owns the channel pays all the taxes. Oof. What's my channel? Could someone do the shout out thing for my channel? Oh my god. We got the Gavials here lurking around. There we go. Yeah, feel free to give me a follow there if you want to catch the next marathon. Or if you just want to watch me do some other shit too. I don't always play MGS. I play a lot of other stuff on my own channel. But you'll also see a lot of MGS there too. And like I was saying, if you want to catch all the marathons that we do, you should definitely give it a follow. Because like I was saying, we always alternate back and forth between the two channels. Any chance of seeing Silent Hill on your channel soon? Yeah, actually, I was thinking about doing some Silent Hill sometime soon. I think I might actually do a Silent Hill marathon sometime this summer. Maybe sometime next month.
I see you've captured a giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Deus Ex will happen. Deus Ex will happen. I don't know when. One really cool thing about these food calls is that you can get variations on them. If you call paramedic before you eat the food, you will often get a different call compared to if you eat the food and then call her. You know, if Snake hasn't tasted the food, he won't know how it tastes. And he'll ask paramedic how it tastes, and then they'll talk about it like that. But if he's already eaten the food, he'll have something to say to paramedic about how it tastes. So really cool that you have all these variations on the food calls depending on whether you've eaten the food or not. You know, Snake will have different things to say. Is the spatza the only food item that has multiple calls? Well, I think you could say most of the food calls have multiple calls, like I was saying. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like where you can call beforehand, before you've eaten it, and then call afterwards after you've eaten it and get a follow-up. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other food call like that, like the spatza. It is quite unique in that regard. The glowing the glow caps. Yeah. And I guess the Tsuchinoko. Or wait, no. I don't think there is a call if you eat the Tsuchinoko. They tell you not to eat it, but if you do eat the Tsuchinoko and then call afterwards, I don't think there's a call where they scold you for eating the Tsuchinoko. I could be mistaken, but I don't think there is.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. Ah, you're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
All right, let's keep moving ahead.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Someone posted there in the chat the fastest method for getting the Tsuchinoko. I didn't actually know that. I always pick up that mousetrap from Ocelot, but I'm not sure if I ever planted that mousetrap there to then pick up something in Operation Snake Eater. Usually I get the Tsuchinoko after the fear. But is there not a degree of randomness? You know, usually there's a degree of randomness what you get from the mousetrap. But maybe if you place a mousetrap in that particular area at the end of the Virtuous Mission, you always get the Tsuchinoko. Then proceed to Bolshaya Past and plant a mousetrap there. Why would you need to plant a mousetrap there? Wouldn't you already have the fucking Tsuchinoko from Razvet? Why are we planting down more mousetraps? Yeah, either way, you don't need to worry about us not getting the Tsuchinoko. We'll definitely get the Tsuchinoko. I just didn't know about that particular method. Oh, that second part was just to get a mousetrap. Okay, all right. Yeah, you can get mousetraps much later. I usually get them at the warehouse. And probably in a couple of other places as well. Yeah, usually I get them around the Fears area. There's loads of different places where you can get them, and there are loads of different mousetraps to pick up. Take this guy down. Hold on, let me just stick a trank in this guy.
Freeze!
Don't shoot me, please!
Love how you can circle the enemies like this when you're holding them up.
Oh.
It's a nice little addition. Pick up the stuff. What else do you have?
Oh.
Stun grenades.
Oh.
There we go. That's what we're after. Publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. Now we're going to go back up here, where we can find a sniper rifle. Yeah, this guy has woken up.
What the?
Fuck, I didn't think he'd trigger an alert there.
HQ, please respond.
Don't even think about it. The snake is still alive. Let's get him back.
Huh? What's wrong? Huh?
Let me... no, actually, we're good. Let's get naked. Equip our cigar and our magazine for peak masculinity here. See what the boss has to say about it.
Camouflage. Visibility. You can only use... Snake, did you take off your uniform?
Yeah,
What's the matter?
just needed to loosen up.
I know there's a naked option under uniform in the camouflage window that lets you take off your uniform. But without a uniform on, your camo index will remain low, and you'll burn through your stamina more quickly. So stop acting like a fool and put some camouflage on now. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
What is that you have in your hands?
uh,
Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention. Are you smoking a cigar?
Uh-huh.
I don't approve of you smoking during a mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did.
Oh,
But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission. Hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So much growling from Snake in this. Grr. So yeah, the boss taught Snake how to masturbate, apparently. Close quarters masturbation. CQM. This guy is still here. Fuck it, let's kill him. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, this guy. Forgot that I left you alive. And here we find thermal goggles. You can get so much stuff on the Virtuous Mission. They let you play around with a lot of stuff. Getting a sniper rifle super early. Very uncommon for the series to do that. You know, getting a sniper rifle in the tutorial area. Later on, we'll even find a shotgun. But of course, then it's all taken away from you. They give you a little taster of all these weapons that then get taken from you at the end of the Virtuous Mission. And then it takes a little bit longer to get the sniper rifle and all this stuff next time. When you're in the main game, when you're in Operation Snake Eater. Although you can still get certain things early enough, like the thermal goggles.
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships. But to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries. Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier. In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission. That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
Interesting. Does the boss feel as if this could be her last mission? Sharing things with Snake that she wouldn't normally share because she thinks she might not get a chance to talk to him again? Like someone on their deathbed?
Do you want to save? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fishman.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fishman?
You started it.
Should have asked how do fishmen taste. Should have been excited about finding fishmen to eat. Nice. The classic. So if we shoot down this nest straight away, sends this guy running. And then he picks up those two guys, and then they pick up this guy. So now there's 4 of them. And they go off through to the next area. They leave this area entirely and go to Razvet. So that's this area completely cleared out. However, if you wait around for a couple of minutes, they will come back. Less than a couple of minutes, I think. I think it's like 1 minute. But yeah, pretty cool. You can get the enemies in this game to run through the loading screens into other areas. And then once you wait for like a minute, they will come back. Unique behavior, stuff that you didn't really have in MGS2. There, that was our cue there. Did you hear that sound? That little grunt? That's your warning that they're on their way back from the area that you moved them through. So any second now, I think you should see them come back. Yeah, here they are.
Who's that?
There they go. Yeah, I shouldn't have been wearing this camo, but I was still able to get away with it. Nice. There's still one other guy over there. I love playing around with this bridge. Really cool how you can shoot off the ropes. You can't destroy the bridge completely though, because then of course you wouldn't be able to get across. You'd soft lock yourself. Even if you destroy all the ropes. Boom. And of course the cutscene later on needs to happen on this bridge. That would have been a good secret theater gag, actually. Snake cuts all the ropes, destroys the bridge, prevents the rest of the game from happening. Or cuts the ropes, then the boss walks across the bridge later and falls to her death. The bridge gives way from underneath her. Whoa, shit. The boss throws down the cases and everyone tumbles down. Yes, yes. Forgot about the case. Oh my god, man, look at this. Oh my god, man. Jesus. Now it kind of looks like a snake. Drop down. Oh god. Okay, nice. And here we get the M16. So on the Virtuous Mission, the boss serves as your weapons expert. If you equip a weapon, call the boss will tell you about it. Sigint takes on that role on Operation Snake Eater. And what's interesting is, if you do, for example, the SVD call with the boss, and then move on to Operation Snake Eater and try to do the SVD call with Sigint, you won't get it. Or the M16 call. If the boss tells you about a weapon, and the game registers that you've received that call, Sigint won't give you his version of that call. And Sigint doesn't just repeat what the boss says. They have different versions of the call. However, we can get around it if we do the boss's calls with these weapons, then kill ourselves. We can trick the game into thinking that we haven't done those calls. So that's what we'll do. Let me just reload this area. Then we'll get the boss to tell us about these weapons. Then we'll kill ourselves so we can get Sigint's versions of those same calls. She doesn't have a Patriot call, but Sigint does.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants.
Damn it, FIFA, I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, don't worry, JJ, we'll be getting to Sokolov soon. Hold on. Let's equip the SVD.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful and precise than the ones the AK uses. It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, you'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
What about the Mark 22?
The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots. There's talk of designing the Mark 22 to accommodate special subsonic rounds, but for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head, but if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully.
Did the PS2 version say press the square button or triangle button? I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly, but I don't think any of those controls are different. So if it was the square button in the original game, I would imagine it was the square button here, or the triangle button. I don't think they switched any of those controls around.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a cook.
You don't need to remind me.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit.
Oh no, I think they still said action
The
button.
truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style. The survival viewer is going to be your best friend in this mission, so learn to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think the games have always used the term action button as far back as MGS1. So I'd imagine that was the same in the original.
Choose battle fatigues that match the surrounding environment. The most effective camouflage is attained by selecting fatigues that blend in with the environment. Camouflage patterns that stay...
Yeah.
It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage your...
Wait, actually, I should kill myself before doing any of these other calls. Tell me about the grenades, boss.
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rochnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyarev design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that. That's certainly a strange-looking grenade you've got there.
Yeah, I've never seen one like this. What is it?
It must be a new type of grenade developed by the Russians. From what I can tell, it's a non-lethal weapon that uses a flash of light and intense sound to overpower the senses of human targets. You can probably use that grenade to knock out the enemy without killing them. It might prove useful.
Okay. Boss, do you have anything to say about the knife? I can't remember.
I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well.
Cool. What about the microphone?
Ah, you've got a directional microphone. The directional microphone is a high-performance listening device. When you equip it, you'll go into first-person view, where the microphone will pick up sounds in whichever direction it's facing. By pointing the microphone into the forest, you can sometimes hear the footsteps of enemy soldiers lurking beyond the trees.
Ah.
In jungle combat, success depends on how well you can sense the enemy's presence. Use it wisely.
Yeah, much more useful to the core gameplay compared to how it is in MGS2. Pretty cool how they reused the microphone in this, actually. Especially when you don't have the radar like you do in MGS 1 and 2 as well. And you're dealing with these more open environments with enemies that are camouflaged. Of course, when you've played the game 1,000 times and you know where all the enemies are, you don't really need it, but if you're playing the game blind, then yeah, it can actually be useful. Particularly useful during the end's boss as well. To find where the end is hiding.
Snake, what happened? Talk to me. Snake! Snake!
So, there we go. We tricked the game into thinking we haven't done any of those calls with the boss. So now when we get to Operation Snake Eater, Sigint can give us all of his calls on those same weapons. Which should be a little bit different.
This is a solo. Choose. It takes more than
Yeah.
camouflage. Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations.
Yeah, we did that one already, didn't we?
To place a... The sooner you find the enemy, the... When you aim... Stalking is a...
Yeah, the boss mainly has tutorial calls here, but she does have a couple of other interesting ones, so I want to dig through these to get them. See, this is the really nasty thing about the Virtuous Mission. You know, there's no way to pace out these calls. Because there are barely any areas in the Virtuous Mission. There's not that much to do, so... Unfortunately, this is what we have to do. We just have to sit here on the radio screen for like an hour to get all these calls. Because there's no way to get them later. Once we get to Operation Snake Eater, we won't be able to get them anymore.
Select map. In the jungle, it's... Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. Storing a heavy item...
Yeah.
There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching will to survive no matter what.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what.
JJ, good morning from New York City, my friend. You're a New Yorker, are you, JJ? Good morning.
Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully in first-person view. Use nature to its fullest extent. You'll thank me later. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
I like that one, of course. Snake can't smell because we can't smell. We can see everything in this world. We can hear everything, but we can't smell. Very Master Miller-esque there as well, almost. Which makes sense. She does have the same frequency. It feels like that same kind of tutorial call. The 141.80 mentor.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the recoil of the gun will cause your shots to stray from their... Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with one arm. And if you're attacked during a hanging maneuver, don't panic and claim the advantage. Equipment captured in the field often needs to be fixed or have its parts replaced before it can be used. But you won't need to worry about that in this mission.
Why's that?
Because your adversaries are highly trained professionals. They'll no doubt have made sure their reserve gear is in working condition.
So in other words, I can use the stuff I pick up right away?
Right. One more thing. When you pick up a new item, don't forget to read its description in the window. You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62mm by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear? You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum.
Does this call affect Sigyn's call about the AK? I don't think so. I think we should still be able to get the call with Sigyn about the AK. But maybe you won't be able to get the call where he tells you about the enemies carrying AKs if he does have one of those calls. I'm not exactly sure with regards to this. I guess we'll find out.
When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is conceal yourself and watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index will decrease, and there's a good chance the enemy will catch sight of you. And don't start to panic just because an enemy is acting like he knows you're there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's figured out exactly where you are. As long as you...
Yeah. The tuxedo.
Snake,
What's up, boss?
don't you what's up me. Just what do you think you're doing?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What is that camouflage you're wearing?
Oh, this. What do you think?
Of all the...
Looks pretty good on me, doesn't it?
Are you out of your mind? You can't wear that in battle. It's like saying to the enemy, hey, here I am, shoot me.
Well, I'll admit it is a little on the flashy side.
Then why don't you...
But it does look good on me, doesn't it? You don't think so?
Listen, wise ass. Camouflage isn't gonna do jack if it doesn't help you blend in with your surroundings.
Well, I think it looks good on me.
Fine. Wear whatever you want.
Thought you'd like it.
Sigint also has the tuxedo call. And I don't think we need to kill ourselves in order to get Sigint's version. I think you are allowed to get both versions of the tuxedo call. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna risk it. We won't kill ourselves, because I don't want to have to go through all those boss calls again.
Your ultimate objective in this mission is to... Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this Virtuous Mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago, the U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing I was here.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights. But if you're faced with a situation where you have no choice but to get rid of an enemy, attack him.
Yeah.
Enemies pose a greater... A tactical... Normally, you would ask a fellow... When you... Keep in mind...
I think we're pretty much done with the boss now.
If you wrap it...
Okay, let's save again.
You want to save?
So many calls.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you. It makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago?
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it, Snake.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nests are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
Hey, what's up, little dragon? Welcome back.
The gauge below. Eat food to recover stamina. Capture plants. Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you toss one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
I love the
Like
pause.
why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it. To take a rest, all you have to do is
Yeah.
to eat. You should be able to find Siberian inkcap mushrooms growing in that area. The Siberian inkcap is a mushroom from the inkcap family. Its life cycle is transitory. As soon as the spores mature, the cap starts to turn black, liquefy, and melt away.
And that's why they call it an ink cap?
That's right. It doesn't really turn to liquid, but you get the idea. In its immature state, before it melts away, it's valued as a source of food. Just be sure not to eat them while you're drinking alcohol.
Why's that?
Ink caps contain coprin, which inhibits the function of aldehyde dehydrogenase. This prevents the body from breaking down alcohol, causing a buildup of acetaldehyde.
Meaning?
Meaning it will give you the hangover from hell.
Oh. Wait a minute.
What?
You think I'd drink alcohol in the middle of a mission?
Wouldn't you?
Hell no.
Well, I'm knocking a shot back now.
What?
Just teasing you. Oh, come on.
What?
Where's your sense of humor?
I need a drink.
The best version of this call is if you trigger it after the Granin scene, because they add a little bit of dialogue in there when, you know, right after paramedic warns Snake, you know, just don't eat them after you've been drinking alcohol. Snake says, oh, I better go back and warn Granin then. Just a really nice little touch, nice little line they add in there to tie in with Granin's drinking. I didn't actually mean to trigger that call here. But yeah, it's really cool, some of the little variations that you get on these food calls, depending on what the player has experienced up until that point.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician. Or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
So,
So what?
your reputation, how was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So,
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack.
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Hangs up. Little Dragon, no, it's a one-time thing, because like 90% of the call is the same. They just add in that little bit of dialogue if you have experienced the Granin scene before triggering the call. You know? More or less the Siberian Incap call, it'll be the same. Except they'll change that one little bit where they'll add that line about Granin. Which is something you'll see throughout the series, you know, like the Crow and Raven calls in MGS1. Just changing those little things depending on what the player has experienced. It's something Kojima really started to, in Police Knots. There's little bits of it in Snatcher, but he really started developing that kind of style in Police Knots. Just those little tiny little alterations in the script depending on what the player has done. But while still keeping the overall story as a, you know, while not changing the main narrative, the core narrative.
If you have any questions about stamina or healing, just ask me. I'll tell you everything you need to know. It'll have to be over the radio, though.
So you won't be able to see me naked then.
Yeah, I'm devastated. But I'll bet that 50 years from now you'll be able to see who you're talking to on the radio.
I'll be retired from active duty by then.
I don't know. Somebody somewhere might just decide to give you a call.
Wouldn't surprise me. Let's both pray that never happens.
Hey, Vlad, coming in with the generosity. Thank you for gifting the sub to Dropkick Rabbit and to Az. Cheers.
Say, Snake, about that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the Halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that?
Mm-hmm.
I know I've seen it somewhere before. Any ideas?
How would I...
That's it!
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Ah, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
let me see here as well. Horace, thank you for the Prime sub. Beheld Spider, I don't think I thanked you for your 44 months. Thank you. Johnny Mars, Farney, Martian, I can't remember if I thanked you for your gifted sub to Thamir earlier. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for all the subs. Yeah, it really feels like they're hinting towards something that the player has already seen. Like Raiden's mask. While Paramedic is thinking about it, I think they want you to be thinking about Raiden's mask, possibly. Like, any ideas, Snake? Do you know what I'm thinking of here? And then she goes off in a whole other direction with the fly. Mantis's mask as well, possibly, because I think the mask, Raiden's mask in MGS2, I think is supposed to be reminiscent of Mantis's mask.
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love them.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in the Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right.
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah.
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting.
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me, what other kind of movies do you like?
Let's see. There's the Quartermass Experiment, and It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
Forget it.
Yeah, the subtitles bug out there. That's not supposed to happen. I've seen the Quartermass Experiment, and I think the second Quartermass Experiment movie as well. Those are really cool films.
When you get hurt.
Yeah. 0816, thank you very much for the $5. And that reminds me, I should probably put up the donations for the End's fate. I'll do that.
You'll find a fruit called the Yabloko Maloko growing in that area.
Diablo, what now?
Thank you, Zero, for the 5.
Yabloko Maloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple. It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
Sounds useful.
You're welcome.
For once.
Did you say something?
No, back to the mission.
All right, I think we're pretty much done with Paramedic now. The call that I was really looking for there was the one about the Great Escape, because I don't think you can trigger that one on Operation Snake Eater, where Snake wants some clarification on the Major Tom name after, what Zero said. I think once he changes his name from Major Tom to Zero, Snake is no longer interested in the subject.
Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution. Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction. Snake? Snake? Camouflage...
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
I did.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes.
But I thought that was...
Exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well.
Hold on 1 second, chat.
In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of special forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
MGS3 must succeed. And then Kojima Productions will be organized into an official Konami unit. For all of the top-of-the-line Konami video game projects moving forward.
Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Solino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
Paramedic has information on the flora and fauna in each area. Ask her for the details.
Yeah.
Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. You need to determine when it's best to run and when it's best to...
Oh, shut up.
In most areas outdoors, your footsteps will create some noise, even if you walk...
What was Koji Pro called when MGS 1 and 2 were being made? KCE Japan.
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
That's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on you. With an the degree to which...
Okay, we're almost done here, by the way. I know this is fucking a bit much, but we're almost done with these calls. I told you it was crazy. The Virtuous Mission is not long enough for all of these calls. It really isn't.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox. and avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, there we go. The infamous call. Man, we better have Skullface in the remake, creeping around the bushes. I want him to be like the guy in Act 3 of MGS4. You know, the dwarf gecko dressed up in the trench coat and the hat and the fedora. And, you know, you turn around, you see him there, and if you point your gun at him, he just moves behind the corner. They need to do the same thing with Skullface. Where if you're at the end of an area and you look behind, you can see Skullface peeking around behind the wall or inside the bushes. And then if you try and run back to him, he just runs away, always out of sight. If you try and catch up to him. And they could even add in shitting and pissing mechanics. So if you take a shit and you forget to bring it with you, and you go back to where you took the shit, it mysteriously disappeared. Skullface has taken care of it. And maybe they could even add that to the game's ranking system, where you get, like, minus points at the end of the game. You get docked. You get points taken away from your score. You know, minus 300. Skullface had to pick up this shit. You minus 400 points. You killed a guard here. Skullface had to deal with him. Minus 100 here. You took a shit here and forgot to put it in your plastic bag. Minus 100 here. You ran out of plastic bags for your shit. Skullface had to plant more plastic bags for you to pick up in this area because you ran out of them. They could do all kinds of cool shit with that system. Maybe add in optional scenes if you just play like complete shit. You know, where you force Skullface to basically do everything for you. Maybe they could add in like little scenes related to that. If Skullface has to do, like, everything. If you play poorly enough, you know, it could be like a chicken hat thing. You know, if you just keep fucking up, Skullface just takes over and plays the whole game for you. Hold on. Even though people were bitching about MGS2, was it a success in terms of copies sold at the time? Oh yeah, Jesus. I think it was the best-selling game in the series up until MGS5. Yeah, MGS2 was like a phenomenon. It like, and it was like it was a big thing for Sony as well. Like, not only did it do well for Konami and sell loads of copies, like it was a PS2 seller. It was yeah, it was like one of the PS2's heavy hitters. Because it was you know, it was released in the early days of the PS2's life cycle. It was a big seller for the PS2. FF10, MGS2, yeah, GTA 3. Those were like some of the biggest games of that time. Surely that'll be a feature in the game. I mean, it'll be a missed opportunity. If they don't add that. I wonder if they will add like new mechanics that fit with the survival theme. You know, it would kind of make sense if you had to piss and shit. That'd be hilarious. You get to this call in the game, and it's actually relating to a mechanic in the game. You actually do need to package up your shit and take it with you. No, I really don't think that's going to be a thing. That would be funny, though. Shit's taken, 33. Shit's packaged, 31. Minus 200 points. Put a little skull face icon beside the minus 200 points. A little angry skull face icon, emote. Little sad skull face emote picking up some shit. You know, like Otacon's sprite in MGS2. You could have like these like cute little chibi skull faces picking up shit.
Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet. If you walk like that, you'll leave footprints behind and the enemy may follow them straight to you. Try to avoid walking through. Equip food as a weapon and press... Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harming them. The speed with which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on the point of impact on the enemy. If a target is hit on the arm or leg, the tranquilizer won't take effect immediately, but a target hit on the head will drop like a fly. If you want to take an enemy out in a flash, aim for the head.
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
Hey, I'm seeing some more good ideas in the chat. Just drop it on Volgan during the fight. Yeah, maybe you could plant the shit that you pick up. Yeah, like maybe you could get the enemy to slip on your shit. You could either, like, if you took a shit in a good location, you could just leave it there for the enemy to slip on, and then if they slipped on the shit, that would naturally clean up the shit. If an enemy slipped on the shit, that would get rid of it, and you wouldn't have to put it in the bag. So that could be an alternate way of cleaning up your shit, if you got the enemy to slip on it. Or maybe you could have Skullface come in and just kind of scrub up the rest of that shit as well. He wouldn't need to put it in the bag. He'd just come in to scrub it off. And maybe you'd be docked less points for that. You wouldn't have as many points taken away from you, but you'd still have a few points taken away from you. You know, Skullface just had to come in to do a little bit of scrubbing, but he didn't have to put it in the plastic bag. We're getting too in-depth now with these mechanics. This is starting to get very complicated. I always thought they should have done more with those mechanics in MGS2. You know how Raiden can slip on bird shit? We were talking about this during my last MGS2 playthrough. Like, what if there was shit on the ground during the Fat Man boss fight? That could have been really cool, you know? Where you had to, because, you know, it would have just added another dimension to the fight where you had to really pay close attention to where you were running. You know, you couldn't just be carelessly running around the map. You had to watch out for the bird shit. You know, imagine you're running to spray the final bomb. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. You just have enough time if you make it to the bomb, but unless you slip on bird shit along the way. Imagine fucking up freezing the final bomb because you slip on bird shit with 10 seconds left on the clock. That would have been amazing. Or what if you had seagulls flying around the map actually shitting during the fight? You didn't just have bird shit in scripted locations. You had birds flying around the map shitting in random places that you had to look out for. That would have been a really, like, dynamic way to add the shitting to the gameplay loop. You know, because they don't really do that much with the bird shitting in the game. You have that bird shit at the top of strut A, which I guess you might have to look out for to some degree with the guard that's up there later on. I wonder, can that guard hear you slip? You know, I'm not sure if he can. I can't remember. You know, because, like, if you know the game well, you're not gonna get caught by that guy by slipping up there. I wonder, can he hear you fall on the ground if he's beside you? Can you stop talking about shit? No. No. I'm probably going to stop soon anyway, because I don't think I have much to say about the topic. I think I'm running out of things to say. I guess it's cool what they do with the bird shit after the Harrier fight. If you take how there's 2 ways to get across the bridge. If you can flip across or you can walk along the pipe, but you need to be careful walking along the pipe because there's bird shit there that can catch you if you're running. That's kind of an interesting place to include the bird shit. But yeah, I think they could have done more with it. Let's save.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
Let's move on to piss. Now you're just making me think of the whole thing with the pissing guard. The guy who takes a piss on the plant. You know, the infamous golden shower scene in MGS2. On NG+, that guy who takes a piss was supposed to act like he was going to take a shit. But the guy who Kojima ordered thought he was just joking when he asked for that. And then Kojima was really angry when he came back to him. Hey, what happened to that scene with that guy who's supposed to take a shit? Oh, I thought you were joking, Kojima. In fact, Kojima spoke about that in a couple of different interviews. He was visibly upset that didn't get included in the game just because the team member thought he was joking. Unfortunately, many of my ideas don't get included because of things like this.
Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Oh, get it? They're talking about stealth camouflage. Okay, are we almost done here? Jeez, I feel like I've been on this fucking radio screen for like 2 hours. Oh my god, man.
Snake, let me explain the enemy's...
Yeah.
Sokolov should... After you've grabbed an enemy from behind, press the crawl button during a run to commence a roll. For a brief interval, you'll perform a jump. Snake, remember that the suppressor is a limited commodity.
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why's that my code name?
I explained that the Virtuous Mission is designed to test
Because
the
you're a
effectiveness
basic
of
bitch,
Fox, right?
Snake.
Right.
And the procedure used for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words,
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure.
exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
So there we go. I think I forgot to respond to someone earlier. You know, during the mandatory call at the very start of the game, when Snake is asking about his code name, and Zero says, "Oh, I'll tell you about that when the time is right." And someone in the chat asked, "Do we ever get an expansion on that, on why his code name is Naked Snake?" Well, there you go. But yeah, it's in an optional call that's very easy to miss. They never go into it in a mandatory call. They bring it up in a mandatory call, but then they only expand on it in this optional call. But yeah, it's a kind of an interesting call, I think. It ties in with the whole idea of the Cobra unit, how they are defined by a very specific quality, a specific emotion. And Zero says there, he's called Naked Snake because he is devoid of embellishment, of a specific quality. He's naked and pure. Which you would think also ties into the idea of the Virtuous Mission, which Snake refers to as an initiation ritual. It sounds like an initiation ritual. You know, to be virtuous, to be moral and good. I guess all tying into the idea of Snake before he becomes Big Boss, before he is, yeah, you know, as he is naked and pure, devoid of any specific characteristic. What would Snake's what would his emotion be? Yeah, people always say, what would Snake's emotion be? What would be Snake's defining characteristic? The hunger? I think one idea in the game is that Snake kind of becomes like the new Sorrow. In a way, you get several parallels between Snake and the Sorrow later on in the game. Their relationship with the boss, you know, that scene when he comes out of the river scene after the boss fight with the Sorrow, and their faces are meshed together. The Sorrow closes his eye. The Sorrow gets shot in the eye by the boss. That's how he dies. He gets shot straight through the eye. Snake loses his eye. That shot of the Sorrow's tear as well, the bloody tear that runs down the eye as he gets shot. That close-up on his face, and then the final shot of the game being a close-up of Snake's face with the tear running down his eye. So I think they kind of have this idea of Snake inheriting the Sorrow's sorrow over his loss of the boss. So maybe you could say that Snake becomes the new Sorrow in a sense. Do we have any other calls to do here?
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction.
But yeah, it kind of makes sense, you know. Then his later on, his grief over the boss kind of defines him as a character. Another interesting thing I think about the Sorrow and the boss is that, ironically, the Sorrow is always smiling when you see him in this game, and the boss it never looks particularly joyful. The joy is quite miserable. You know, the joy is very stoic. I think you only ever see her smile once in the game, right before you have your fight with her. You know, when she looks up to the sky and thanks you for listening to her. You know, thanks for listening to me. I've never spoken this much about myself before. And I think in that moment she has a tear and she smiles. I think that's the only time you ever see her smile.
Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the north, so head in that direction. Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios. These signalers can use the...
Yeah, that's right before the battle. Yeah, it's not a particularly joyful smile, you know. It's not like she's having a particularly great time there. It's still quite sorrowful.
It's possible to destroy... Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the enemy's nose. In the event that you're... Snake, I recommend against leaving the bodies of your victims lying around. If the enemy spots a...
Did she have any joy in battle at all? I don't know. I mean, like, that's what you're told. That's what Sigint says. Like, she's called a joy, supposedly due to the joy she feels in battle. Is what he says.
Snake, Snake, I've completed the double check on the Fulton recovery system.
Any problems?
None. Leave your recovery to us.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery system allows for rapid recovery of personnel from enemy territory. It's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system was redesigned to recover personnel. JAC, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes, good old JAC. Stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something?
Yes, fascinating.
So, JAC first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft, and whisk you away.
He's passing out.
Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake?
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
Hey, what did he just say?
You can get inside... Snake, when you step...
Okay, I think we're ready to move on now.
In the corner... Move the... If you have a gun...
Yeah.
Buy it. You did an excellent...
Oh, wait, no, we're not done yet.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
What about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true. Halo stands for High Altitude Low Opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on. Finally.
You want to save?
Let's save one more time. My God. How long have we been here?
Snake, have you seen Earth versus the Spider?
Nope.
It's about this spider that suddenly mutates into a giant monster. They bring it into the city in a state of hibernation, but it wakes up and starts wrecking the place.
So why did the spider turn huge?
I told you, it suddenly mutated.
Yeah, right.
Snake, it's people like you that take all the fun out of watching movies. Always nitpicking and taking things too seriously. Honestly, why even bother? Look, the important thing isn't that it got big.
Then what is important?
The fact that there's a huge spider destroying the city. Suspend your disbelief. That's the whole point of movies.
All right, let's keep going.
I want some more.
Yeah.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight.
Sorry about that.
There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
All right. Let's clear out this place before we do anything else. Do you think Kojima was asking too much of the fans to understand all the subtext and message of MGS2 at the time, or do you think it's the fans' fault for engaging with the game the way Kojima wanted? That's a pretty big question. I don't know. I don't really know how to answer that. I should be a politician? Why, you think I'm like fucking dodging the question? I genuinely don't know how to answer it. It's a very big question.
What's wrong?
I feel like if the question was framed differently, I could, like, I don't know what to say to that. In hindsight, it is kind of insane to take a game series that's about a cool soldier guy doing cool soldier guy stuff and then presenting something like MGS2. Is MGS1 just a game about a cool soldier guy doing cool soldier guy stuff, though? I wouldn't say it is. But it's not like MGS2 doesn't also, like, revel in the genre elements and the action and all of that. You know, it's not like MGS2 doesn't try to have, like, cool facets. You know, it's not like MGS2 is just trying to be anti-cool. I'm not paying attention here. Did I kill everyone here? I want to clean out all these guys.
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Control here. We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Who's that?
Yeah, I didn't clear out these guys at all. I was focusing on the chat completely. I'm not blaming chat. It's not your fault, it's my fault. It's my fault for looking at the chat. For focusing too much on the chat. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Ba-doo. It's pretty fun playing on extreme. You get to fuck around like this. You get to be sloppy. But yeah, I think that is partly what inspired Raiden and MGS2 to be the way it was. Was I think Kojima thought that he made that he maybe did make MGS1 too cool. You know, that people latched on to that aspect a little bit too much in MGS1. And I think that might be why MGS2 is such like an anti... Because it really does have that big anti-power fantasy quality to it. They present Snake on the tanker as like this ultimate badass. You know, like the tanker is all about like completely satisfying expectations, going above and beyond. Like Snake as badass as he's ever been. You know, everything about that tanker intro. You're, you know, you're going through, you're taking on the world with your best bro, Otacon. And, you know, the beginning of the plant is like the exact opposite of that. It's very cold. And suddenly you are like a complete pawn, a complete puppet again. I always find it interesting to compare your relationship with Otacon to your relationship with the Colonel. And how you're treated at the start of the plant compared to how you're treated at the start of the tanker. You know, the Colonel calling you, telling you to hurry your ass up if you spend too much time in the opening area. Otacon not doing anything like that on the tanker. You can just, you know, you just feel so much more free on the tanker in small ways and in big ways. And then you get up to the top of Strut A, mirroring the start of MGS1. And one of the first things that can happen to you at the top of Strut A is that you literally get shit on. You know? Solid Snake would not be getting shit on if he was the main character. Like, little things like that are important. You know, you go from being like the ultimate badass to literally getting shit on. You know, all of your accomplishments are getting undermined at every turn. You're constantly beneath every character in the game. Even Otacon laughs in your face and has no problem with calling you a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool. You know, like Raiden, like as the Patriots say at the end of the game, you're a perfect representation of the masses we need to protect. You're, yeah, very far from a power fantasy. Not that you still can't feel like a badass in MGS2. You certainly can. You can play on the highest difficulty and master the game, and you know, you can certainly feel powerful in the game, and this game still plays up to certain genre elements of stealth action and everything, but yeah, it's, I would still say it's like the anti-power fantasy game. I'm just scrolling up in the chat here. MGS2 may be like Dune then, where you're not supposed to be rooting for the hero. You should be quite wary of them, in fact. Yeah, like, it's interesting, I think, the scene with Stillman, when, even though he's finding Snake to be incredibly suspicious, he's like, well, if there's anyone to worry about, I'd put my money on you. Like, he's most wary of Raiden. Raiden is even more suspicious. Because he has no idea who Raiden is. And I guess Raiden comes across as someone very, very gullible, someone very naive, a puppet that's very easy to use. And someone like that is could be seen as quite dangerous, you know, someone very easy to manipulate. I haven't played the 3DS version of this game.
Stop!
So here's Sokolov's room. This is where Sokolov hides out. And normally, you wouldn't be able to see into the room like this. If we look into the room, we can see that Sokolov is actually nowhere to be seen. We can shatter the illusion here. But in the original game, you couldn't do this, because you didn't have this camera. You only had this camera. So it was actually impossible to get a good look inside every part of the room. Although, what if we get on our toes? Nah, even if we get on our toes, we can't see all the way up.
Get off me! Get her off me!
I forgot about the heavy breathing afterwards. I'm not sure if I noticed that before. I never played Kane and Lynch 2, no. No, I don't think we get anything on the mic.
Stay away from me.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
What's wrong? Not an MGS2 fan, Sokolov?
I will never give it to you. Stay away from me. Vulcan sent you, didn't he? Go away. I won't let you in here.
With regards to that question again, I do think, with regards to MGS4 more so, like when Kojima tried to step away from directing MGS4 and handed the director role down to Shuyo Murata, when it was announced that Murata was going to be the director of MGS4, again, there was another big backlash, another big fan backlash. People were upset, you know, they thought, no, fucking, who's this guy? We don't know who this guy is. Why isn't, how can Kojima not come back to direct the final MGS game? With regards to Kojima expecting too much of the fans or whatever the question was, I do think Kojima really does invite a lot of that criticism. You know, if you're presenting yourself as this, like, auteur director and you have your name front and center all the time, yeah, you know, people are going to treat you as such. You know, it's like if, of course people are going to want Kojima to direct the final conclusion to the MGS series. The same way they'd be upset if fucking J.K. Rowling wasn't writing the final Harry Potter book, or J.R.R. Tolkien wasn't coming back to finish off Lord of the Rings. You know, like, I think it does make sense. And I don't think you can expect fans to understand the subtext of what Kojima was trying to do with passing the series down onto his team. Because it's like, obviously you can't expect people to pick up on that just by playing the games without knowing development history and reading things about the series, watching making of documentaries and stuff like that. You know, if you play MGS2, I think it's very clear that Kojima is speaking through Snake and talking to the player in a sense. What isn't obvious is that he is also talking to his own team, and that the story of the game is also reflecting the development of the game. You know, MGS2 is all about legacy and mentors and students and characters that are passing on their skills and knowledge to the next generation, and the importance of what to pass on to the next generation. You know, all of that was being reflected by the development of the game as well. Kojima was doing that with his own team, where he was trying to teach his team how to go on and make MGS without him. You know, that was a part of that subtext. He was talking to the player, but he was also talking to his own team. And yeah, I don't think you can expect fans to understand all of that and to realize that, you know, a big part of the meaning is that, you know, maybe if more of them did understand that, they'd be more open to Shuyo Murata taking over. Given that that was like one of Kojima's main goals since MGS2. But I also think Kojima himself had a hard time passing down the series to his team and letting them take over and stepping away. Like, who knows? Maybe if who knows? Like, even if there wasn't a fan backlash to Murata taking over at MGS4, maybe Kojima would have taken over anyway if he saw that the game wasn't going as well as he hoped for. Like with Rising, you know? Rising didn't get made by Kojima Productions because Kojima came in and said, "What the fuck are you doing? This is disastrous. I'm taking this project and I'm giving it to Platinum Games." Maybe Kojima shouldn't have done that. Maybe he should have let them just make their... Maybe he should have let them make some kind of fuck up. Maybe they would have learned from it. I don't know. Or maybe it was a wise decision to take it away from his own team. Maybe it really was disastrous. You know? Maybe they shouldn't have been trusted with that project. Or maybe they were really struggling with that project. It's really sad what happened with Rising as well, you know? Because I think that the final line of MGS4, it's not a coincidence that the final line of MGS4 is "It's rising again," referring to a new dawn breaking, a new sun rising. And, you know, again, with MGS4, Kojima thought for sure he was leaving the series for good. Like, he thought for sure that MGS4 was going to be his last game and that his team would be taking over after that. And I think the final moments of that game are supposed to symbolize the end of Kojima's reign and the rise of the younger team. And that final line of dialogue being "It's rising again," and the next game after MGS4 being called Metal Gear Rising. It's, you know, the title of the game was supposed to symbolize this new team and this new MGS post-Kojima. But of course, it didn't work out, and Platinum Games created Metal Gear Rising. So it's kind of sad that even, you know, that the title carried over to Platinum Games, but lost that meaning. Pretty sad. It was Yuji Korakado who said the failure of Metal Gear Rising will haunt him forever, or something like that. It was, I remember I found that to be really tragic when I read that for the first time. They were, I'm sure the team were quite distraught over that, you know, making this first new MGS without Kojima, and it gets taken away from them because of their incompetence and given to another team that are known for making high-class action games. Man, that's gotta suck. But yeah, I'd imagine it was hard for the team to live up to Kojima, especially with just how larger than life Kojima is. And just, I guess the confidence with which he commanded the series from game to game. It was probably hard for the team to live up to that. Come on, without Rising, we wouldn't have Rules of Nature. I'm not even criticizing Metal Gear Rising here. I'm just saying it's sad what happened to the original vision of Rising. It's really sad that the team didn't get to That the original plan didn't work out, you know, considering it was supposed to be this new era, that it was supposed to represent this new era. Anyway. Let's call the boss. I almost forgot. No response. Wait a second. I didn't actually skip the proper call there, did I?
Boss?
There it is. And if you listen carefully there, you can hear the sorrow. So I think the idea is here that we're actually speaking to the sorrow. It's very hard to make out what he's saying. And I'm not even sure, in the English version, can we even hear him? Or is it only in the Japanese version? I was listening carefully there and I couldn't even hear him. But I think he's supposed to be saying sad, so sad. That same line that he has later on. Very foreboding. Yeah, creepy.
Do you want to save?
Is there concept art for the original Vision of Rising? I think there might be. I think there probably is somewhere. You can see some of the early demos as well, like where they're trying to show off the cutting mechanic. Plug Gold with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much.
Snake, have you seen the movie Them?
No.
It's about these giant ants that appear in the desert of New Mexico after a nuclear test. The army tries to fight them off with flamethrowers. The ants were so big that they filled up the entire screen. The whole movie theater was screaming.
An ant that big could make a good meal.
Yeah, well, if you find any, don't eat them.
Come on, they're not that bad for you.
If you end up growing huge like that, you won't have any place left to hide.
Just like a Gurlugon.
All right, let's continue. The Gurlagon is a reference to MGS2, by the way, the giant soldiers from the VR missions. I'm hungry, but I think I'll be okay. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me call 0 again.
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned in the northeast area of the factory.
Got it. To the northeast.
Yes, and don't engage the enemy. The object of this mission is to bring Sokolov back safely and nothing more. Contact Sokolov without being spotted by the enemy and bring him out discreetly. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun. Snake, as I said before, this mission is only to bring Sokolov back safely. You must not put Sokolov in danger. You're not allowed to contact him during the alert phase. Period.
Yeah, I think we'll get MGS4 as a part of the collection.
Press the action. While hanging, use the left. You can't keep. If there's something. Press the.
All right, let's do it.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the Gru. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America's truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Please!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot Unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
All right, we're back. Let me thank some people here first before we continue. Solid Stranger, thank you very much for the 37 months. Silver Wings, thank you for the raid. Swag, thank you for the Prime sub. Earlier as well, I didn't thank Rookie Raven for the $3 donation. I finally added the donations to the End's Fate. I probably should have done that earlier. Then maybe some of these people who donated would have donated for the End's Fate. But yeah, it's up there now. So for whoever donates, if anyone donates in the future, make sure you add that to your message. You get to choose how we dispose of the End. Awesome Possum, I won't be adding any bits. Does DRK add bits to these donation wars now? He probably shouldn't when we're both doing these marathons, because I don't get any money from bits. So we should probably change that. He said bits are better. That really just makes things confusing when I stream. Because, yeah, I don't make any money from bits on this channel. That just goes to DRK. Oh, hey, yeah, Deverf. I didn't see you there. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Joe Smash. Cheers, man. Much appreciated. AJ Shanks with the $3. Am I doing this right? Snipe that mofo early. That is correct. Thank you. Awesome Possum with the $5. I mean, I guess I can just say whenever I'm on that I don't... I guess I can just tell people not to use bits for the donation wars when I'm streaming. But yeah, kind of unfortunate then if someone donates bits. Awesome Possum with the $5 to fight the End as well. Thank you very much, Awesome Possum. Cheers. Grey Imperium with the 5-pack as well. Thank you very much. That doesn't mean you still can't donate bits while I'm streaming. You certainly can, and I'll still thank you on DRK's behalf, like I do with subs. So it's still very much appreciated. Thank you. Eat something? No, I'm good. Fuck you. Let me take this mousetrap. An ocelot who drops a mousetrap. Get it? Because an ocelot is a type of cat, and cats catch mice. An ocelot likes to manipulate and set people up. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. So, hey, let's do what that person suggested earlier. Let's place down the mousetrap right here and see if there's a Tsuchinoko in it later. When we come back in Operation Snake Eater. Hold up. Obi-Bong Kenobi with the 107 months. Thank you. Shine Sparking Mart as well. Thank you for the $10. Damn, man, I should have fucking added this sooner. All the donations are coming in straight away. Thank you, man. Thanks, everyone. Shine Sparking Mart, thank you for the 10. Thank you, 3Boss and DRK, always for these amazing marathons. But we always have to see the best boss fight the end. Thank you, man. Thank you. I will add that to fight. Once we get to like the next main cutscene or something, I'll update all the donations. I know it still says 0 for everything. I will update that in a little bit. Oh my god, something fucking got caught by the mousetrap already. Let's put it here.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Tattooed Gamer, thank you for the $1. There was a firefight, $1 towards the end fight. Thank you very much. I'll add that. But I'm not going to hurry, Zero, because you have more shit that you want to tell me. It's always funny when the games do this. Hurry up, Snake! You need to get there on the double. And then they have like 3 other calls that you can only trigger in that part of the game. The worst is in MGS2 during the countdown section before Emma's death, where they have like 6 optional calls.
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No. What about you?
No good. You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU Colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes,
Who is he?
a most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will. Major, what's this Grand Design Bureau Sokolov was talking about?
OKB 812. It's the same type of top-secret facility as Sokolov's own OKB 754. The director is a man by the name of Alexander Leonovich Granin. He's Sokolov's arch-rival, and the two have competed fiercely against each other since the days of the war. To hear Sokolov tell it, though, the rivalry was really all in Granin's head. In any case, Granin seems to harbor an unusually intense hatred for Sokolov. Knowing that Sokolov was protected under the aegis of Khrushchev, Granin threw in his lot with Volgin, the vanguard of the anti-Khrushchev movement. Apparently, Granin meant to use the funds provided by these opposition forces in order to defeat his old foe. Volgin, for his part, was intrigued by the possibility of using the high-tech weapons Granin created in the fight against Khrushchev. Thus, the two formed an alliance, and Volgin took the Granin Design Bureau under his control.
But now Volgin's got his sights set on Sokolov.
Yes, it would seem that he and Granin aren't getting along so well after all. By the way, Snake, what were you doing back there?
Back where?
You were giving some kind of advice to a GRU commander, weren't you?
Yeah?
He's your enemy. What the hell were you thinking?
Really? What was all that about doing the thing with your hand on the first round or whatever?
Whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
Interesting call, I think. I like how Snake seems kind of disturbed at the end there. Like he's just having that realization, oh yeah, I guess that is kind of weird. I've always wondered, is Snake supposed to be sensing something of the boss in Ocelot? Like, can he see like elements of the boss? Ocelot being the biological son of the boss, and Snake being another kind of son of the boss. the student, learning all of his skills from her and now passing those skills on to her real son. It's just an interesting element to the story, I think. Later on as well, when we get to the boss fight with Ocelot, he has that line, thank you for teaching me the joy of the revolver. I'd imagine that choice of words was intentional, as he, like, you know, the boss being the joy and Snake passing on those skills. What the fuck? Something else got caught in this trap? I'm gonna place it down again, just in case. Does Ocelot ever find out who his mother or father is? No, that's left ambiguous. But I don't think so. I think it's more like Snake watching a young man being molded by war and wanting to be a proper influence like the boss was to him in a way. Yeah, I think you could look at it that way as well. Another interpretation I like is that it's alluding to who Snake will become later on in life. That he has an aptitude for like noticing talent. Like, it's kind of alluding to Big Boss as the recruiter, as the mercenary leader who goes out and finds these strange people with unique skills. Whether or not, I'm not sure if that's what the scene is getting at, but I remember someone brought that up in a previous playthrough, and I thought that was an interesting theory. I really do like the idea of him just being able to see something of the boss in him that isn't exactly conscious, you know, that there's something like brotherly there that he can sense in a way. But again, it's just whether that's intentional or not, I don't know. Or whether that's what they were going for, who knows.
That's tasty.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot Unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly! They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected.
Are we done here?
Now, on to Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
All right, we're back. So, there's a cool little detail here. If we pull the camera back, look at that skeleton lurking in the background. Originally, this was the only camera you had. So that was the only way to see the skeleton in this scene, was to pull the camera back there. We get a closer look at him during the next scene. But with the new camera, we can look at him over there. That is the Sorrow, what remains of the Sorrow. This is where the Sorrow was killed by the boss. And you'll get to see that he's holding on to his glasses still in the next scene. His cracked glasses after he was shot through the eye. Alright, let's heal up.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death.
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart. But you're so supreme. I give my a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not
flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous Mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you, too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB-754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. But serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgan's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgan. How about a little co-action?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgan is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week. And if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgan as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgan's ranks. We've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous Mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
All right. We're back. How's it going, everyone? Let me thank some people again before we continue. Dr. Elite Partner, thank you very much for the 69 months. Country Boy with the 3 months as well, thank you. Blayman, thank you for the $14 to fight to the end. I added that just now. Thank you very much. And Shine Sparking Mart, thank you for gifting a sub to Snow Dan. Cheers. Much appreciated. Let's go introduce ourselves to Mr. Sigint, shall we? Before we do anything else. Our new character on Operation Snake Eater.
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
All right, cool. Seems like a nice guy. Paramedic, how are you doing?
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
All right, and Zero, what do you have to say?
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous Mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous Mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution. Unlike the Virtuous Mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it harder for the enemy to see you. On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know. Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous Mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous Mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can.
Okay.
Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know.
Yeah, there is no actual time limit for the player. I'm trying to remember if Kojima ever said anything in an interview about like the original plan for the game, if there was originally going to be a time limit. I think originally he wanted the game to have like a proper day-night cycle, like a real-time day and night cycle, and scenes could trigger at different times depending on when the player got there. Obviously, the game does play around with the in-game clock quite a bit. You know, if you stop playing the game for a couple of days and come back, you'll find that all your food has gone off, your food is rotten. The stuff with the end, how he can die of old age if you stop playing the game for a week. Stuff like that. Sleeping, like Paramedic suggests, if we save and come back later, our health will have restored. Saving and leaving the game is the mechanical way for Snake to sleep in this game. When you save, Snake is supposed to go to sleep. And then when you come back, he wakes up and he'll have recovered a little bit. So maybe originally he wanted this time limit to be like an actual thing that you had to be careful of. That like the whole game, that the whole story was on a time limit. You can see why they would have went against that in the end, though, because it would have been a pain in the ass for a lot of people. If it was ever even an idea. I mean, who knows? Maybe it was never an idea.
Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the U.S. was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
Major, I appreciate you allowing me to use weapons, but shouldn't I be carrying some rubles?
You mean fake currency?
Right.
Snake, do you remember the Francis Gary Powers incident back in 1960?
Powers was flying a U-2 on a spy mission for the CIA in Soviet airspace. He was shot down and taken prisoner.
His confession brought to light the fact that the CIA was spying in Soviet airspace. As a result, the US-Soviet summit scheduled for 2 weeks later was cancelled.
Yeah, I remember.
U-2 pilots are required to carry items that mask their identity. Powers was carrying ruble, mark and lira coins, as well as French gold coins. He was also carrying 2 gold watches and 7 women's rings. All of these objects were meant to conceal his national origins. But for this mission, we've got to demonstrate to the Khrushchev regime that America is involved. There's no need to conceal your origins. And besides, all you need to do is complete your mission. As long as you're not captured or killed, the details will take care of themselves.
Okay.
The Soviet intelligence community must be up in arms about the boss's defection. The great Voyevoda has abandoned America and embraced the Soviet Union.
Voyevoda?
Apparently, that's what they call the boss behind the Iron Curtain. It means warrior or mighty soldier in Russian. When used to refer to a woman, it means something close to Lady Knight. In Russia, where they've had a number of female emperors throughout their history, it's a term of great respect. Well, poetic in a way. The boss's exploits have made her name famous in the East as well.
Okay, let's continue. The radio calls will not be as persistent on Operation Snake Eater. There still will be a lot of them, but we won't have to stop for fucking 2 hours on one screen. Like we do on the Virtuous Mission. Let's kick this snake. Really like the visuals here. Something about the colors, that blue. The moon partially hidden behind the clouds. Little rays of light coming through the trees. I wonder if it'll look as nice in the remake. Another area that I really love the look of in this game is the After the Sorrows fight. That area really stands out. You know, before the waterfall scene with Eva. Just how full of life and how bright that place is. The way the light looks. I think they're trying to convey like an idea of rebirth in that scene, where Snake is, you know, where he comes back from the dead almost after the Sorrows fight, and the area that he comes back to is just full of wildlife and butterflies, and it's so vibrant. I'd imagine that's what they're going for there. Like he's a new man. He died and came back. It's a gorgeous looking area. But yeah, part of me is wondering if some of the beauty will get lost in the remake if they're like pushing for so much realism. You know, like there's a part of me that doesn't really like a lot how like a lot of modern games look, like the very photorealistic look that so many big blockbuster games have these days. It's not to say that I dislike how they all look, but I don't know, there's something about just the push for so much detail. It's like it's gone too far or something. But it's that these games always did try. The environments and the visuals, they always did they did try to push for as much realism for as much realism as they could back in these days as well. Too many pixels. I don't know if it's like their modern games are going too far, but I don't know. I feel like there's just something kind of boring about how a lot of modern games look, like a lot of the modern blockbusters. I guess while these older MGS games might have been pushing for things to look as realistic as possible, they just weren't able to. You know, like they had to be stylized, even if they were going for a realistic art style. They They still had to look inherently unreal because the technology wasn't good enough for things to really look real. But now it's like the technology has gone that far that things really can look photorealistic. And yeah, maybe I just think there's something kind of, I don't know, maybe I think there's just something that gets lost with a lot of that modern photorealistic look. Even though I really like how a lot of these games look. I guess maybe there's a part of me that misses the more stylized look of older games. Yeah, I mean, maybe it has something to do with just how similar a lot of these modern games look with their photorealism. But yeah, like when I saw the MGS remake trailer, I didn't really get I don't know. It's hard for me to get excited by graphics anymore. I think that might be another thing. I'm just kind of numb to like graphical power in games these days. Like if I see like some unbelievably detailed character model, like it's, you know, who cares? You know, like when I see these videos showing side-by-sides of PS2 MGS3 and remake MGS3. I don't know, it doesn't really I don't really feel anything when I see the more detailed remake. Not that it looks bad, I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling here. I don't even really know what I'm trying to say. Off he goes. I hope this guy is still cute in the remake. This guy's adorable. Where is he? Yeah, I think it was Nitroid who I saw say on Twitter or on his podcast something like how the PS2 era was like a really nice, it had a really nice balance. Like a lot of the games had a really nice balance between style and realism. Oh man, Silent Hill 3 is one of the most gorgeous games ever. And yeah, just incredibly impressive, that game. The level of detail in those environments. It's like one big art gallery, Silent Hill 3. Every new room you go into, it's like you're looking at the next painting. Nice. You just heard a horse?
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Selino Yask?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful.
I'm just scrolling up in the chat here. But yeah, like I think these classic MGS games, they really did strive for things to look as realistic as possible. But at the same time, they still couldn't look completely real. Not like you can with games today where things can really look quite real. All the fancy lighting techniques and everything you have these days. But, you know, like in MGS2, like they went to real tankers for research and like recreated things exactly. You know, like if you watch the making of MGS2, they show footage of the real tankers that they went to for research, and then they show that side by side with the in-game tanker, and it looks like almost exactly the same, the hallways and everything. Like they try to recreate all those fine, realistic details. Right down to a T. Get down from that tree.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
Grr. Ah. Ruff, ruff, ruff.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
All right, let's change camo. Hardware Doc, thank you for the 25 months. Mr. Stringer with the 35 months as well, thank you.
What the hell is this?
HQ, HQ.
This is HQ.
Wait, what the fuck?
Control here. We have evidence of an
Are
enemy
these
intruder.
are these redeeming points things supposed to be like ordering me to do things in the game? Is Cookie ordering me to get an alert? Is that what's going on? Oh. Nah, I think I'm good. Fuck your 50,000 points. I don't play by your rules. Yeah, then I'd have to stop listening to this music. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Yeah, I didn't know anything about... I didn't know about this system. DRK never told me anything about it either. I'm gonna plead ignorance. Ah! Okay, we're good. It wasn't a donation, it was like channel points bullshit, right? I don't know anything about channel points. I don't have channel points on my own channel. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I don't believe in channel points. Maybe I'll add channel points one of these days. I really like this little sequence. ba-dum, bum, bow. It's fun to do bets with. What if it appeals to people who have gambling problems in the chat? People who have, like real problems with their addictive personalities. And they're, you know, maybe it'll incentivize people to gamble with real money. Maybe it's irresponsible.
This is HQ.
Control here.
Understood. Return to your position.
Yeah, maybe it'll cause gamblers to relapse.
What's wrong?
Speak.
When throwing a grenade, if shot...
Speak.
You lousy...
Well, that was very stupid of you. There's one guy left here, I think. Yeah, there he is. Damn, they really do blend into the environment, especially from afar. Call for me. Daddy with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. So are people allowed to just type anything? Or are there, like, certain things that DRK has set up? You know, like get an alert. Is that, like... Is the get an alert thing... Like, is that something that you choose from a list? Or did you just type that yourself? Like you have certain choices? Ammo to 0. Oh, there is a list. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, I guess I could set up fucking channel points.
Huh?
Get down. Don't cave. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if I want, like, all these bells and whistles on the stream. But I guess it might be fun. Right now, I don't even have any ammo. That guy dropped some ammo. We won't be able to get it, though. And he slowly drifts. Slowly drifts. There he goes. Bum ba dum ba doom ba dum ba doom ba dum ba doom bum bum. I should probably set up some, like, bit notifications and stuff like that as an extra incentive to donate bits. Like the RK has with all the different quotes and whatnot. I could set up my own quotes that are different. But channel points, I don't know. Bum ba dum ba doom ba dum ba doom ba dum ba doom bum bum.
Major.
Snake, the boss is your enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
Maybe you can connect my soundboard to your channel for bit alerts. Yeah, I think bit alerts could be funny.
The enemy must have seen the drone explode. They've probably already sent out patrol units. You never know when you'll encounter the enemy. Use your...
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? It couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay?
Cannon spikes with the $3. Thank you very much. To fight. I will add that during the next scene. Thank you very much. Damn, so people were like doing this all the time during my last session, and I was just completely ignoring all of the requests. Yeah, I didn't know people were asking me to do anything during my last session. People just flushing their points down the toilet. I wasn't even acknowledging it. How long do you have to, like... How long does it take to save up all these points? You know, like if you're flushing 50,000 points down the toilet, how long does it take you to get 50,000 points again? Many hours. A very long time. Oh, no. Damn, now I'm starting to feel bad. But not too bad. Not bad enough that I'm actually going to start following your shitty orders. Can you refund them? Ask DRK later if he'll refund them. Sing us a ball song. You see, like, this is what I mean. I don't want to be a fucking clown. Like, fucking dance, monkey. You know, like, I don't want to, you know... You know, I don't know if I want to be commanded like that.
You want to save?
Is that one of the things that you actually choose from a list? Or you can also type your own messages? That ball song thing wasn't on DRK's list, was it?
Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
DRK fucking commodifying my memes. DRK better not be commodifying my fucking memes. It is on the list! God. The ball songs need to be, you know, they need to come out naturally. Oh, it's a bird in the mousetrap. Right, we didn't get the Tsuchinoko. I wonder, is there a way to consistently get the Tsuchinoko by putting it somewhere? Wait, so yeah, maybe it was you guys that caused DRK to lose all his stun grenades in MGS1. Maybe you guys are to blame. Well, I guess it's still DRK's system. Here we get another cardboard box. Get naked. Damn, now it's getting dark.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
Let's save. Dude.
Chin up.
I'll be in touch.
Hey, we're all up to date on save calls.
Sounds like the Cobra Unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose. During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo.
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Haha, so you're wearing the black camouflage. The black uniform isn't really camouflage.
Hey, it's like me,
It was
because
intended
I'm
to
black.
have a psychological shock effect on enemies and hostage rescue operations and stuff like that. But it should also make you pretty hard to see if you wear it in a dark environment. And it might also work on black, earthy surfaces like you find in swamps.
That's the only unique thing about that call. Is that he laughs before he says it. Ha ha! That's the black uniform. I'm assuming that's why they had that. Like, hey, I can relate to that.
Wearing black face paint, huh? Painting your face with black paint should give you a high rate of camouflage in dark areas. I heard you fought against KGB troops in the Virtuous Mission, but this time you're up against Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz is the Special Forces unit of GRU, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. Spetsnaz troops undergo rigorous training in all types of special ops, from assassination and demolition to intelligence gathering. That and Volgan's loaded, man. His unit is one of the best equipped in the entire Soviet Union, if not the best. I heard the enemies you encountered in the Virtuous Mission were only carrying weapons like AKs and grenades. Well, it ain't that simple anymore. In addition to AKs, some of the patrols you'll encounter might be equipped with Scorpion submachine guns and shotguns. The Scorpion is even lighter than the AK, making it much easier to handle. Basically, a guy with a Scorpion is not gonna miss you as often as with an AK. The shotgun is a powerful weapon. One blast is enough to floor you and you're likely to be seriously wounded. Watch for that, man. Keep in mind that every...
Yeah. Zero?
You've arrived at the factory, I see.
Yeah, now to meet up with this Adam guy.
Good. Go to it.
So, where is he?
We weren't given an exact location.
How about a time?
Nothing was specified.
A physical description?
I'm not sure.
How am I supposed to find him, then?
You won't need to.
Huh?
He'll find you. Why don't you try the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov? Adam might be in there. Adam is a spy sent by the KGB to infiltrate Volgin's ranks. You'll need to be extremely careful in how you approach him.
Obviously. He can't let Volgan know he's meeting me.
That's right. Adam won't show up if you're being pursued by the enemy. Before you go to rendezvous with Adam, make sure you haven't been seen by the enemy. Meet up with him in normal phase. Got it?
Approaching the M60 scream there. Oh!
Major, why did the boss defect?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. America is all too eager to get rid of her.
What do you mean?
She knows too many of our secrets. If she were to relay all the top-secret information she knows to the Soviet bloc, it would put us at a severe disadvantage. It might even lead to the downfall of the West. Even if we survive, the boss is still too much of a hero to us. With her in the Soviet camp, we'd suffer a fatal loss of morale at home. There are even whispers that some of the less stalwart elements of the military might follow her example and defect themselves. I assume you're aware that since your last mission, several key figures within the CIA have been placed under house arrest.
Yeah.
The loss of the boss has been a painful one indeed.
What about you?
Me? I still can't believe it. As a comrade, I would have placed my trust in her before my own family. But now that I think about it, the boss always seemed to have an aura of mystery about her. I never would have expected it to manifest in this way, though. Oh, well, it won't do to get all misty-eyed about it. She's an enemy now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt.
Understood. Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you Zero?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called Zero.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
That's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where Zero comes from?
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
Slightly mysterious. All right, let's move on. Got a mine detector. Some thermal goggles in here.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were?
Yes.
Why?
Because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot Unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it! Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
All right, here we go. Let me equip some shit here. What do I want? My Mark 22. Guess I'll equip the AK for later. Unequip the mic. Oh. Oh, nice. Oh, I forgot to add donations. I'll do it during the next scene. But thank you. Oh, really? That hits your hand? It hits your hand twice?
Those rifles the Ocelots are using aren't AK-47s, are they?
No. They kind of look like AKMs, but they're different.
Different how?
They've got steel handguards and vertical type foregrips, and the muzzle suppressor is bigger.
A carbine version of the AKM, huh? Hungary has a unique modified version of the AKM called the AMD-63. I heard something before about them making a prototype carbine version of that. My guess is they probably imported some of those prototypes. If they're using a carbine version of the AMD-63 like I'm thinking, then they could be a serious threat. Those things handle better than the AK-47s, especially at close range. And don't forget, the Ocelots are elites. They're gonna be better shots than normal Spetsnaz, and you're that much more likely to get seriously hurt. Keep your eyes open.
Right10 Melty Cat, thank you for the 9 months. And the Ends Parrot, thank you for the $15 donation. Don't hurt the old man. Let him die of old age. Aww. Thank you, Ends Parrot. Much appreciated for the $15. I'll add that during the next scene, along with Cannon Spike's donation as well. Cheers. Oh, that's so sad. I might get caught here. Let's see what happens.
Heads up, Snake. Looks like some of those guys are equipped with M63s. The M63 is an American-made light machine gun. It's got more firepower than you might think. It can punch through a wall too, so watch out. You said some of them are using shotguns? Those shotguns are M37s. They're an American model designed for field combat. Not all that dangerous from a distance, but at close range, they'll tear you to shreds. Be careful. Looks like some of them are using Scorpions. The Scorpion is a Czechoslovakian submachine gun. They don't have the stopping power of a rifle, but they're easier to handle and lethal at a medium range. If you eat more than a couple of rounds, it's not gonna be pretty. Don't fool around. Snake, watch out for those grenades they're tossing. You'll be injured pretty bad if you get caught in the blast. You could get burned too. If somebody throws a grenade at you, get away from it and hit the deck.
Okay. Ah, you bitch. All right, we're gonna have to get a little sloppy at the end. Let's go back into this room to pick up a suppressor. Alright, at the start of the next scene, listen for the shots. For the longest time, I never paid attention to the next scene. How you can hear Ocelot's 6 shots, and that's how Snake knows. When he says, you don't have what it takes to kill me, it's because he already heard all of the 6 shots get fired from the gun. The first time I heard it, the first time I saw that scene, and probably the next few times I saw that scene, I thought it was just supposed to be an unrealistic, badass moment that Snake just somehow knew that he ran out of ammo. But no, you hear all the shots get fired from the gun at the beginning of the scene. Which should be obvious, I guess. Hey, Martian with the $25. And hey, thanks for the shout out again. Yeah, guys, feel free to follow me over on my own channel. because that's where we'll be doing the next marathon. If you're new here, especially, we alternate with these marathons. This time we're doing it on this channel, but the next time we do one of these big marathons, it'll be over on my channel. So yeah, make sure to give me a follow. And Martian, thank you for the $25. I want to die peacefully in my sleep, like my dear old grandfather did, but not like his screaming passengers. Old age, please. What are you quoting there, Martian? What are we, are you quoting something there? I feel like I'm missing the joke. Anyway, thank you very much for the 25.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Eva's bike is now a Metal Gear. Almost roaring like a Metal Gear. Rampage with the 100 bits. Dog, are you ready for the re-releases of the first games and Snake Eater? As ready as I'll ever be, I guess, yeah. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how they turn out. Hopefully not too much is missing from the re-releases. There will be... They said that there will be minimal edits to copyrighted content. So some of that archival footage might be gone from MGS3. But yeah, we'll see what happens. The HD collection versions of 2 and 3 will be there, yeah, but they probably won't be the exact same. They'll have edits. Copyrighted stuff will be cut from the game. That's why they were removed from the PlayStation Store a while back, because Konami lost the licenses for the archival footage. I don't think we're going to lose the guns. I don't think they're going to have to remove the guns. I think they should still be able to use those. In the MGS3 remake, however, we might not get real guns. But for the re-release, I think they'll be able to include them. But yeah, those scenes that you get at the start of the Virtuous Mission and Operation Snake Eater, the archival footage, all the shots they show of JFK and Khrushchev and all that stuff will probably be replaced with some kind of artwork. Maybe something like you see at the start of Operation Snake Eater, you know, the phone call artwork between the two presidents. We might get a lot more of that kind of stuff. Isn't that artwork by Yoji? Yes. But Yoji isn't the only artist that exists in the world. Yoji Shinkawa isn't the only person capable of doing artwork for an MGS cutscene. I'm just saying, like, what they could, you know, what are they going to replace that archival footage with? If they can't use the archival footage, what are they likely to do? I would say artwork would be a likely alternative. Even if Shinkawa isn't there to do it, you know? They could get someone else. I hope it's stick figures on MS Paint. AI. Fan artwork. Yeah, maybe they'll have a competition and you can get your own artwork into the game to replace it. That would actually be kind of cool, I think. Now that you mention it. Rampage with the 4 months. Thank you. Had to do my sub again because ads denied your answer to my question. Plus, I need to keep my sub going. This is how we get you. This is how we manipulate you. What was the question again? Oh, it was, are you ready for the re-release of the first games in Snake Eater? We've been talking about it for the last several minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm ready. We'll see what the end product is like when it comes out. I was just talking about the copyrighted content in the games that'll be edited. You know, the archival footage that they don't have the license for anymore, and how some of that stuff might be changed. You know, they might for all those scenes at the start of MGS3 that show footage of JFK and Khrushchev and all that real-life war footage. Konami have lost the license for a lot of that stuff. So you're probably going to see artwork and things like that replacing the content of those scenes. So yeah, I'm just hoping that the edits aren't all that heavy. And hopefully they don't lose the guns in the game. They might renew the licenses. Well, they've already said that the copyrighted stuff that some of it will be removed. They've already said that the games will have minimal edits. How minimal those edits will be, I don't know. But the games were also, the HD collection was also removed from the PlayStation Store a while back due to this same issue. That they preferred to, they were happier to unlist the games than to renew the licenses. But yeah, it'll be interesting, particularly with regards to MGS4, if that gets a re-release. You know, you get to the credits of MGS4 and the game is just covered in logos. There's a lot of like product placement and licensed stuff in MGS4. So yeah, we'll have to see how much of that is missing. Before we continue here, this is where we get the croc cap. Yeah, there's a lot of optional stuff to do here, optional calls, things like that.
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah,
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
to fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
CQC. Rampage, thank you for the 400 bits. I'm not adding bits to the donations. But I will thank you on DRK's behalf anyway. Maybe I should just add all the fucking bits to the donations. Because DRK will be taken over midway. Assuming Snipe Early doesn't win. If Snipe Early wins, then DRK won't be getting any of the... won't be continuing the donation war. Nah, I'll just leave it without the bits, and then maybe if DRK takes over, he'll start to include bits. But yeah, Rampage, thank you anyway. Blamin with the $17 as well. Sorry, chat, but the end craves a real fight. Thank you, Blamin. Much appreciated. With the $17 donation. Thank you. I'll add that in a second. Cheers. Pope of Doritos with the 8 months as well. Thank you.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that. You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. That 45 you've got there is a lot different from the original, though. Looks like someone did some serious work on it.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision. The front strap part of the frame has been checkered to make it dig into the hand. That prevents any slipping. The sight system's original too. It's a 3-dot type. It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip, and it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question, this thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
So there we get the extended cut, the director's cut version of the gun porn scene, with 18 unique images. I don't think we ever see anything close to that in any other call. I forgot to mention earlier as well, the more calls you do with the various characters in the game, the more images you unlock for that character, and with those images you also get more details on that character. Like with Zero, you start off with 4 images. The more calls you do, eventually you'll unlock 5 images.
It looks like you've got rid of all the Ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should
Picture
start
of him
by
when he
going
was
to the
young
crevice
with the
to
boss.
north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low. Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way.
Sounds like a dating sim. This system, this mechanic to getting more and more information from your friends. Well, Kojima's team do have history with that genre. The Tokimeki Memorial series. Maybe that's where it came from.
That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim around. Press the crawl button when you're swimming on the surface to dive underwater. The controls when you're underwater are quite different from when you're on land. The left stick controls the direction you're facing. Press up.
Yeah.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming. So if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your six. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close. Eva was right when she said that operating in an unknown jungle at night is extremely dangerous. In my former outfit, the SAS, we'd always be sure to set up camp before sunset and wait until daybreak before setting out again. Being able to stay in that abandoned factory made things a lot easier for you. You ought to be thanking Eva.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden. Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the Virtuous Mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I don't intend to.
Snake, your number one priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget something like that?
Let's hear it then.
First I head north.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll come to a crevice.
And then?
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Snake.
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right?
It feels like they're playing around with the idea here that you really don't need to pay attention to these directions. Doesn't matter if you've been paying attention at all. It's not, you're not going to get lost here. Like they say at the end, it is just, you just go north. Just keep going from one end of the map to the other and you'll find your way. Well, let's do another couple of calls with Zero.
First, head north.
Yeah.
First. Snake, I heard you got a scientist disguise from Eva.
Yeah.
Go to uniform on the camouflage screen and choose scientist to disguise yourself as a scientist.
Scientist, huh?
But it won't do you any good to go around the jungle wearing a scientist disguise.
No one would be that stupid.
You're right. No one would think of going around the jungle in a scientist disguise. If they did, they'd have to be a fool. No, more than a fool. A complete dumbass. Don't you think so, Snake?
Yeah.
Zero, it sounds like Zero has been here before. He knows what Snake is thinking.
First... Snake?
What's wrong, Major?
I should be asking you the same question. Why are you wearing that outfit?
I wanted to try it on.
Did you listen to a word that I said? What are you thinking, dressing like a scientist in the middle of the jungle? Look at your camo index. You're a walking bullseye. Get back into your camouflage, now!
Lighten up.
What was that?
Nothing.
What are you thinking, dressing like a scientist? Let's do a couple of other calls here. Hey, one of my favorites. The naked call with Sigint.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform, but without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest!
Yeah, and there is no way to take off your pants, unfortunately. Let's see if we can still get the call about the tuxedo, even though we've done the tuxedo call with the boss.
Snake, what are you wearing now?
Ah, nice.
Tuxedo?
What, you late for a wedding or something? Come to think about it, the tuxedo is an all-black outfit. It'll probably help you blend in a dark environment. One thing you can't do, though, is equip knife-type weapons. And you can't use CQC either. Remember that.
Nothing too fancy. Oh, yeah, because we're on NG+, I already have the chocolate chip camo. Can I get the chocolate chip camo this early, though? Can I get the call this early?
Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it up right now. The chocolate chip pattern is probably designed to provide cover in a desert environment. It should work best against a sandy or rocky background.
Makes sense, but why'd you call it chocolate chip?
'Cause that's what it reminds me of.
What?
Those little round cookies that Major's always snacking on?
They're not cookies, they're scones.
Major!
And it's not a snack, it's afternoon tea.
Snack? Tea? Same thing?
No, it's not. Look here, afternoon tea is a fine old English tradition.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Talk to you later, Snake.
The origins of afternoon tea go back to the Victorian era. Anna Maria, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, was...
Cut the mic. Classic.
Saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you ever seen On the Beach?
No, I don't know it.
It's about the survivors of the Third World War. The entire northern hemisphere is obliterated in a nuclear holocaust, and it's only a matter of time before the few survivors left in the southern hemisphere are poisoned by the deadly fallout. Their only hope is an American nuclear submarine that escapes to the southern hemisphere. They set out for the Arctic to investigate the fallout. The movie came out in '59, and the year that the war was supposed to happen was 1964. In other words, this year.
Nice warning. Let's hope it stays just a movie.
Do you want to save?
Yeah.
Wow, you caught a coral snake. The coral snake is a venomous snake that originally hails from the Americas. Its venom is a very potent neurotoxin, so don't let it bite you. If you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to neutralize the poison with a serum injection. The colorful red and black patterns on the coral snake are a warning sign. Apparently, the bright flashy colors and pattern let other animals know that it carries a deadly poison that keeps them from attacking. There are many animals that mimic the colors of known poisonous animals as a defense. See, by mimicking other poisonous creatures, they increase their chances of survival. There is another non-poisonous snake called the milk snake that borrows its coloring from the coral snake.
Uh-huh.
You're not even listening, are you?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about something you're interested in then.
The taste?
Yes. It says here that coral snakes are pretty good in a snaky kind of way.
A snaky kind of way, huh?
Hold on 1 second, chat. Dog, if you've one question to sit down and ask anyone higher up at Konami, Kojima included, about one huge question related to any game, what game and question would you pick? Jesus Christ. Oh wait, no, you only spent 5,000 points on this question. That's not too bad. I thought that was 50,000 points at first. Right, nice. Now I can give a shitty answer. Fuck's sake, man. I don't know. I don't really have any. I don't think I really have any big question. I guess I'd like to know more about what happened in the final days of MGS5's development. You know, that last year. Before Kojima left Konami. It'd be cool to know more about what actually went down there behind the scenes. But, yeah, I don't know. I think I'd prefer just to be like a fly on the wall. And hear, just be present for, like, conversations mid-development. Or just, you know, like, it'd be just interesting to hear them tell stories about the games. You know, I'd just like to go drinking with the team and hear them talk about the games and the development and stuff like that. That's what I would prefer. I wonder what kind of response you would have gotten with 50,000 points. Yeah, who knows? But yeah, people asked that question before, like, oh, if you could ask Kojima one question about the games, what would it be? And I think that was my response to that as well. Like, I just prefer to go drinking with Kojima and listen to him. Just get Kojima drunk and see what he comes out with. Yeah, I'd like to be in a casual situation where I could hear them ramble on.
I see you've caught a a milk snake. The milk snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous. Even so, you'll still take damage if it bites you, so don't get too close.
So is there a way to tell the difference between a milk snake and a coral snake?
It's pretty difficult. They really do look almost exactly alike. I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
Yeah. The guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that right? But if I've already caught and eaten it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea.
A very unusual looking snake. Ah, okay. Didn't really look like that when it was crawling around on the ground. Paramedic must have gotten the wrong information or something. How long does it take to finish MGS2? It depends on how in-depth you go with it, how much optional content you show. But if you do a big, full playthrough, around 20 hours, roughly. Little under 20 hours.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python. The green tree python isn't
Yeah, that's a
venomous,
fuck up.
so
It
no
shouldn't
need
be
to
a picture
worry.
of a
It's
knife.
fairly
That's
docile
a blue
too, so I
point
don't
fuck
think
up.
it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Ah, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know?
Ugh.
It was awfully pretty, though. You want to say?
Rampage, thank you again for the 400 bits. But like I said last time, I'm not adding bits to donations. But thank you. Let me equip some bug juice.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment. And by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Hey, Raguchi, how's it going, man? Who believes that Eva is played by Jodie Benson, who plays the Little Mermaid? Yeah, I think it's likely that it is Jodie Benson. There's a good YouTube video comparing Jodie Benson's other performances with Eva, and yeah, it's really, really close. I think it probably is her. Jodie Benson also sent a tweet to David Hayter at some point, talking to him as Snake. Like referring to him as Snake, and it was kind of like a loving message. And yeah, I just kind of got that vibe from the tweet that she may very well be Eva. I saw that, Raguchi. How was your experience with meeting Hayter and Quentin Flynn? Did you ask them any questions? Let's eat this arowana. I hope they add more of these scenes to the MGS3 remake. That would be a cool addition. You know, we only ever get to see Snake eat a fish and then eat a snake. I want to see little videos of Snake eating all the various bugs in the game. I want to see Snake rip the head off this bird. I want to see him hold a spider in the palm of his hand. Have him, like, inspect it, maybe poke at it with his finger a couple of times, and then just shoot it into his mouth. Like he's eating an M&M or something. Are you okay, dog? What? That's what Snake does in this game. He eats all these fucking animals. Yeah, we need to see him bite the head off all these little birds. It'll be great. Here we get our crocodile calf. Let's equip the cap. And the box. And the thermals. How did I get here? I dropped down from those ropes. Climbed over from there.
Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Oh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The Alligator People. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water.
Zero reluctantly gives in there. It's like Zero doesn't want the crocodile cap to be useful, but he can't. He can't deny it. He knows it has its uses. This is another James Bond reference. I always forget which Bond movie it's referencing, but one of the Connery Bond films where he puts some kind of bird hat on his head to blend in as a bird as he swims through the water. It's not a crocodile cap, it's some kind of bird cap.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
I love this little touch here. If you kneel down, the mouth needs a second to close. Yeah, we'll get Eva's reaction later on. And over here, we get the Gakko uniform. Gakko pattern camo uniform. Wearing it enables you to hear Keratan's calling. So if we equip this, we get to hear the Keratans. The louder it gets, the closer it must be. So this, you can use this to hunt for Keratans. If you don't want to cheat and look up a guide online, this can also help you find them all. Bit of a pain though to keep hearing the call. You have to pause and unpause. There he is. You know, I don't know if I've ever equipped the Gakko uniform during the bike chase, but I would imagine it works during the bike chase, you would think. It should. I don't see why it shouldn't. But I don't think I've ever done it. But the hard part about the bike chase isn't seeing them. seeing where they are isn't too bad. It's actually shooting them that can be tricky. Okay, now we're gonna swim all the way back. Oh god, don't attack me, please. Wow, man. It's so hard to trigger the scene. It's weird. Like, you eat a snake, the first snake you eat will always trigger the little scene where you see snake eat the snake. Same with the fish, but for some reason to get the leech scene, it's much more random. It's kind of busted on the HD collection anyway, but I want to show it if I can. This tastes great! Tony the Tiger. I straight up think Delta is just going to be a texture swap. I really don't think so. I think it's going to be much more than that. Isn't that how they explained the meaning of the word Delta as well? Didn't the word Delta like allude to certain parts of the game changing, where like the overall structure will remain the same, but the details within will be changing? No, there's no way in hell this remake is going to play and control like this game. That's not going to happen. They're trying to... They'll be trying to attract a new audience. And this game doesn't play like a modern game. It has very strange controls. And plays like a game from times past. They're not gonna want that to be the case for Delta, I don't think, at all. It'll play quite differently, I think. Pressure sensitivity, yeah. You won't be, I don't think we'll be holding square to shoot. I don't think we'll have L2 and R2. I don't think we'll have R1 to go into first person and L2 and R2 to strafe. And holding L2 and R2 together while also holding R1 to go on your toes. I'd imagine we will also have crouch running as well, like the 3DS version. I mean, we already got an MGS3. We already got another version of MGS3 which doesn't play like the original MGS3 in the 3DS version. With changes like crouch running and stuff like that. Yeah, I would say Delta will have like a significant reworking of how the game plays and controls. That's not to say it won't still have a lot of the stuff that's in the original game. I'm sure it will, but I think it'll definitely be more than a texture swap, model swap. Hey, I just came back here without saying anything. Now that we have Eva on our support team, one of Eva's roles is to tell us about the area that we are currently in. She tells us about the name of the area, what the name means, like history related to the area. So now we actually have a reason to backtrack so we can call Eva, so she can tell us about these areas that we went through. Very easy to miss this and to realize it's not a thing, because otherwise you would have no other reason to come back to these areas. But now that we have Eva on our support team, we can get some extra information about these places that we passed through.
That area is known as Rassvet. It means dawn in Russian. The area got that name when the factory was first constructed. But the factory ended up being closed down, and Solino Yarsk was reborn as a secret research center and military fortress. The crevice that leads to the cave is to the north of your current location. Keep heading north.
Eva, what kind of unit are those Ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot Unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself.
What about calls that explain how to do different things in the game, like tutorial calls? Yeah, I don't know. Do we know for sure that the game is going to be reusing the voice acting from the original versions? Is that a thing that we know? Regarding changes to gameplay, aside from their explanation of what Delta means, which is somewhat cryptic, have they made any statements? Like, I have this vague memory of them saying that the game will have like modernized gameplay. Think they said they're not re-recording? Dave, thank you for the raid. Cheers, man. Welcome, anyone coming in from Dave's stream. How's it going? Delta does mean change in math and physics. Yeah, like they made some tweet about that, right? Well, they said the meaning of Delta, where the overall structure does not change, but the details within that structure will change. And yeah, just, I mean, I'm really getting that impression that they are trying to modernize the game more than just visually. And like I was saying, this game, as it plays right now, would feel very, very foreign to a lot of modern gamers who haven't played old PS2 games. I mean, even for its time, the game has pretty unique controls. Look at this guy. Look at his neck. Ugh. Ugh. What's wrong with you? Jeez. It's one of the skulls. Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that way about the naming as well. Like, is this the start of a whole series of remakes where MGS1 will be like Gamma or Beta or, yeah. I could see that happening. let's just wait for this guy to come further along. Nice. You think the Shagohod will do a backflip? I hope so.
Using the Patriot, huh?
Yeah, it's the same one the boss was using.
Where'd you get it?
Hmm?
I said, where'd you get it?
Sigint, don't get worked up over details.
What? Whatever. Anyway, the Patriot is a one-of-a-kind sidearm made especially for the boss. It's basically an XM16E1 with the barrel cut short and the stock taken off. The idea was to create a large pistol that combined the feel and quick handling of a handgun with the force of a rifle. But with a barrel that short, the recoil is unbelievable. It's tough to aim, but it more than makes up for it in firepower. From the looks of it, it's fitted with a 100-round drum magazine. And it never runs out of ammo?
Never.
Why is that?
Because the internal feed mechanism is shaped like an infinity symbol.
Ah, I get it. Yep, that'll give you unlimited ammo.
Love it. I always think they should have just went further with that call. You know, when he asks him where he got it, but Snake doesn't want to say. Don't get worked up over details. You know, he should have just told him, this is NG+, Sigint. I've already killed the boss. Now I'm going through the story again. Why not just go all the way?
First, head north. First, head...
That area is called Dolino Vodno. The name means Forest of the Canyon. It probably got that name from the chasm that divides the jungle in two. The rope bridge at the center was hastily constructed to enable them to patrol Dromuchi. Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now.
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the Colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too.
I'm getting the sense that the environments will be very, very close to how they are in the original game, based off the screenshots we've seen, at least, of these first areas. You know, like we've seen what this area looks like in the remake. It looks to be very, very close, very similar. ABQ with the 92 months. Thank you very much.
Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now.
The only reason I'm here is to talk to you, Eva. That's my only reason to come back, because you have shit to tell me.
Tell me something, Snake. Why did you let Ocelot get away?
I thought I told you already.
Because he's still a kid?
Yeah,
Pretty lame excuse if you ask me.
you think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, it was one of the big criticisms of MGS3 when it first came out, was that the game had too much menuing. You know, every time you get to a new texture, you have to open up the menu, go to camouflage, scroll down, find the camouflage, find the best camouflage. The cure system isn't particularly great in this game either. It's like more of an interruption than anything that's actually interesting during gameplay. You never really have to worry about running low on supplies or anything like that with the cure materials. So there are definitely things they could improve with regards to the systems. Obviously, MGS4 had a pretty answered those criticisms quite nicely with the Octo camo, where you just pick up camo naturally just by blending in to the environment. But yeah, maybe they'll make that a little bit more streamlined in the remake. At the same time, though, while the menuing can be frustrating in this game, it also has its own charm as well. Like, I quite like the survival viewer and how it's all laid out. Just the details, being able to zoom in on things, the descriptions that you get for all the food here, the little bits of flavor text, the descriptions of all the unique camo. Your medical history, your clinical records, all this stuff. The unique poses that you can get. Pretty cool. Yeah, being able to vomit by spinning around in the survival viewer. I would imagine the game will still have some kind of survival viewer like this. I mean, who knows what they're going to do, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with the camouflage system and if they streamline this aspect a little bit. Just the ability to quickly change camo. Maybe have like a separate wheel where you can like save 3 or 4 camos to quickly switch back and forth into.
That forest is known as Dremuchi. It means the untouched forest in Russian. The name says it all. Dremuchi is a pristine jungle at the far edge of Selino-Yarsk, untouched by human hands. The forest is so dense that large units can't penetrate it, making it a natural defense. That's why Sokolov's research facility and Groznygrad were built here. But more to the point, what are you doing all the way out there? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Get back to the north.
And that's as far as we need to go, because all of the areas before this are just different parts of Dremuchi. So we don't need to go back to the first area. She'll just have the same thing to say. The untouched forest kind of ties into that idea of the Virgin Cliffs, which is where we start the game, which is just another part of Dremuchi.
Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with.
That is a real thing, yes. The Katyn massacre.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
Shouldn't have said anything. Alright, let's go back.
Speaking of which... Snake?
Eva, what do you think?
What a dork. You must be kidding me. Are you willing to risk your life for that joke?
All right, finally I get a normal response.
What?
Everyone was giving me strange responses and acting like nothing was odd about it. I was starting to wonder myself, but now I feel better.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you look adorable in it. I'm sorry. I gotta go. This is too much.
Yeah, she's really great in that call. Very genuine. She's a really good VA in general, I think. Really solid in this game. We were talking about this earlier, Titus. I think she is probably Jodie Benson. That's who I think the most likely candidate is. There's a good video on YouTube comparing Jodie Benson's performance as other characters to Eva, and I think it sounds really, really close. And Jodie Benson also wrote a tweet to David Hayter referring to him as Snake, this kind of loving message. I think it might have been a birthday message where she refers to him as Snake. And I kind of got the impression that she, it was the kind of thing that of one voice actor may write to another voice actor, where they're speaking as their characters, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's probably Jodie Benson. But we don't have any confirmation. Okay.
Saving the game, Snake?
Let's save. As you can see, there's a lot of optional stuff once you get past the Ocelot unit. A lot of little things you can do.
Snake, have you ever seen the War of the Worlds?
No.
These flying saucers from Mars arrive on Earth disguised as meteorites. The saucers use their heat rays to attack the nearby towns. And then...
Something wrong?
The thing is, I was too scared to watch. I had my eyes shut almost the whole time.
Then you haven't seen it.
No, it's not that. It's based on a novel by H.G. Wells.
You haven't seen it, have you?
That does remind me, though. When I was 2 years old, my father listened to the radio drama version of the story. It was right after dinner on Sunday, and we were relaxing in the living room. They said monsters had come out of a meteorite that landed in New Jersey. It sounded just like a real live news broadcast. My father said he and my older brother actually believed it and started yelling and panicking. My mother supposedly grabbed me from my crib and took me out to the car, still wrapped up in blankets. But then, just as my dad was about to start the car, he realized that it was all just a radio drama. Because on the car's radio, they were playing Bing Crosby tunes. No matter what station he turned to, no one else seemed to be reporting on this big history-making news story.
Sounds like something out of the big broadcast.
Nobody said a word. We all went back to our rooms. My father and brother got off with a scolding from my mother, but I was the one who really suffered. After that incident, every time I acted up, my father and brother would scare me by saying, "The Martians are coming!"
That's terrible.
Isn't it, though?
So, you haven't seen the movie?
I saw it. So even nuclear weapons wouldn't work against the Martian war machines.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, Snake, if you conceal yourself like the Martians did, the enemy won't know what hit them.
Conceal myself?
Maybe not in a meteorite, but if you can hide yourself inside something a little more close at hand.
Close at hand.
Something like a box.
Ah, I get it. So, you never saw the movie?
I saw it, all right?
So yeah, that is true, or partially anyway. Like Bald Steve was saying there wasn't actually a large-scale panic, though. That's not ever been proved, despite the newspaper headlines. Yeah, I think there are, like, various other myths related to that. And not all of it is true. Regarding the reaction to the broadcast. Like Fakane said here, didn't some people kill themselves because of that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anything like that happened. But maybe. I don't know. I don't know too much about its history. But I think it might have been blown up into a bigger deal than it actually was. Hold on a second. Didn't show the Crocs blowing up yet, did we? Yeah, I think that might be what's part of the myth, Banana, that it didn't really cause mass hysteria, that it was actually on a smaller scale than people would have you believe. Come on, come up here, you little shit. Is he gonna come back up again? Might have to reload the area. Hey, here he comes. You want a grenade? There we go. Yeah, stun grenades will also do the same thing. Stun grenades will kill them. I'm not sure about chaff grenades. Hey, finally we got it. Even though this scene is busted, I wanted to show it anyway. Yeah, it just gets more and more pixelated as it goes on. Let's eat another snake.
That's tasty.
How do I pronounce this name? Zealous Lire, however I pronounce your name. Thank you very much for the 8 months. Kelwin, I don't think I thanked you earlier for your 115 months in a row. Thank you. ABQ Styles with the 92. Cheers, everyone. What was I going to do? Call Sigan.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here. In the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
Slander. He'd be best friends with Rose with talk like that.
I see you've captured an Indian gavial. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
About the box, might come from Junji Ito's 2001 manga short, The Enigma of Amigara Fault, where people were obsessed with getting inside of a crack in a boulder that was made just for me. Okay. Okay, I don't know anything about that, but that's interesting.
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Eva, that was some pretty nice driving.
Really?
Ballsy, yet overwhelmingly accurate. That kind of driving isn't something you can pick up in a couple of days.
I told you to trust me. I love motorcycles.
It is not easy to jackknife a bike like that.
So, you believe me now?
Think I'll pass on going tandem, though.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh. Let's call to save again. Make sure we're up to date on paramedic save calls.
Saving the game, Snake?
It's really hard not to get bogged down in save calls at the end of the game. So we'll try and keep on top of them if we can.
Snake, have you ever seen For a Fistful of Dollars?
Nope, never.
It's a spaghetti western.
Spaghetti western?
It's really cool, especially the main character's stylish gunplay.
Gunplay?
I saw it in England on the Major's recommendation, but it hasn't come out in the States yet. It's so cool. They'll bring it to America, I'm sure. You have to see it sometime.
Sure.
First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by a mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the...
Suck my balls.
First...
Yeah.
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision. That America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech, but a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward 1 step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
The will, eh? Kind of reminds me what the boss was saying earlier.
Snake, let's go over the...
No, let's not go over the controls.
I see you've caught yourself an arowana.
I see you smoke some
the
marijuana.
Arowana is an ancient fish that lives in tropical freshwater areas. Because of its large size, I don't think you'll be able to capture one alive. Ancient fish like the arowana are living fossils. They've hardly changed their form since the Devonian and Jurassic periods. Other ancient fish besides the arowana include the coelacanth, the starlet, and the knifefish. Almost all organisms on Earth have evolved in various shapes and forms, but these fish have kept the same form for hundreds of millions of years. Baffling, isn't it?
Sure.
Well, I can see you're not interested.
Not at all. I love ancient fish.
Why?
They taste pretty good.
Nice. I forget what the alternate version of that one is if you don't eat the arowana before calling her. Okay. Gotta be careful there, running through the mines. Let's take out this dog. It's okay, I just put him to sleep.
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north.
Yeah, Choir, I would like to do a playthrough like that at some point where I just test all the differences between the eaten and not eaten versions.
Snake, the enemy's attack dogs are very highly trained, so be careful.
So I'm not sure if I've actually
You
heard
can
them
tell
all.
if a dog's been highly trained or not.
I can tell.
Oh,
I used to have a dog.
you had a dog.
Yeah. Oh, what's so funny about it?
Nothing. It's just hard to picture you with a puppy.
Who asked you? He was really cute, but I had a hard time housebreaking him. When he finally did learn, I was so happy. I still dream about it sometimes.
You say there are attack dogs? Those attack dogs are Great Danes. The breed is originally from Germany. They've been used for hundreds of years as hunting dogs. As you can see, they're very large, strong too. They've got a calm yet courageous temperament, and on top of that, they're extremely intelligent. In some cases, a trained Great Dane can be more dangerous than a human opponent. Watch out for them.
Interesting.
Forget it, Snake.
Forget what?
You were thinking about how they taste, weren't you?
I wasn't thinking.
Don't lie to me. I could tell by the look on your face.
You can't see my face.
No, but I can imagine it. Don't you dare think about trying to capture an attack dog. You hear me?
Yeah.
So much grumbling from Snake in this game. I could use the debug menu. Ah, bad humans, yeah. I still need to fuck around with those developer saves.
Snake, be careful of those attack dogs.
Don't worry. I know how dangerous they are.
No, you're the one who's dangerous.
Me?
Those dogs are just innocent animals, even if they've been trained to kill. You shouldn't hurt them unless you have to.
But...
You know, humans and dogs have been living together for 50,000 years ever since the Stone Age. Sure, they make good pets and watchdogs, but they also help us out in a variety of different fields. Not just as police and army dogs, but as hunters, shepherds, rescuers, and seeing-eye dogs. They deserve our respect.
I know what you mean. I'm a dog sled fan myself.
In the future, many of the jobs that dogs do now will probably be taken over by machines. They'll have miniature unmanned reconnaissance vehicle and security systems. And in the 21st century, I'll bet they'll even be selling robot dogs as pets.
You've got to be kidding.
But even if that happens, dogs will still be our most trusted companions.
Unmanned recon vehicle. That's a pretty scary thought.
Well, for now, trained dogs are the best they've got. By the way, Snake,
What?
you know the Ocelot Unit commander?
Ocelot?
Yeah, that's not his real name, is it?
I wouldn't think so.
Is it a code name?
You mean like Snake?
Yeah.
Maybe. Why? Is that strange?
No, I was just wondering why he's called Ocelot.
Why's that?
Well, I looked it up, and it turns out the ocelot is a wild cat whose habitat stretches from the southern U.S. down to northern Argentina. They live in a variety of different environments, from tropical rainforests to savannas. The biggest ones can grow up to 1 meter in length. They're normally solitary creatures, and their diet consists mainly of small animals and fish. During the day, they sleep up in the trees, but at night...
Yeah, paramedic.
Oh, right. So, the ocelot is an animal that lives on the American continent. But then I wondered, why would a Soviet officer be using the name of an American wildcat?
Good question. Maybe it's because he's fast and agile like an ocelot.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
But why'd you go to all the trouble of looking it up?
Because I was curious. Was it helpful?
Sure.
Or maybe he's an American agent all along. Sigint?
They sicked attack dogs on you? People have been using dogs in wars since before recorded history. The Greek and Roman armies used to send out packs of dogs with spiked collars to charge at enemy ranks. Attack dogs were regularly employed in the First and Second World Wars as well. Traditionally, dogs have been used to keep watch, send messages, and assist in search operations. Then the Soviets came up with a new idea, using them to carry bombs.
Bomb dogs?
Yeah. They were trained to dive beneath tanks carrying a payload of bombs. Apparently it worked pretty well, but the Russians messed up, man. They used their own tanks for the training. Turns out the dogs kept going after Russian tanks and blowing them up. So the plan was scrapped before it got off the ground. Well, I don't think you need to worry about those dogs exploding on you. They don't seem to be the bomb-carrying type. But they are highly trained in tracking and detection. Don't underestimate them. They're excellent trackers and ferocious fighters. Attack dogs move fast and are deadly in proximity encounters. They'll pick up your scent and use it to track you, so it'll be hard to shake them off. In a way, they're more dangerous than any human opponent. Be prepared. The Soviet-made smoke grenades you might find around there also seem to act as a mild tear gas. It might not have that much of an effect on human targets wearing balaclavas, but it ought to wreak havoc to a dog's nose. If you're being chased by attack dogs, give them a taste of a smoke grenade.
Yeah, so more true stories here.
The weapon you've got equipped now is a prototype model of the Mark 22, a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy. It's been modified to act as a tranquilizer gun. The Mark 22 is a heavily modified special ops version of the M39 pistol used as a sidearm by the SEALs. Probably the biggest change from the M39 is that it's got a longer barrel, which allows it to be equipped with a suppressor. And it uses a slide lock mechanism. That makes it a lot quieter, but it also means you have to load a new round into the chamber by hand every time you fire. It's also fitted with tall, adjustable sights, so you can use the front and rear sights to line up your shot, even with a suppressor attached.
Looks like they got rid of the magazine safety, too.
Good eye. That feature wasn't too popular with guys like you who know their guns. The shear release lever's been taken off as well, meaning the hammer won't fall even with the safety on.
So I can just cock and lock.
That, and you get the added bonus of not having any mechanical noise from decocking, even with the safety on. The perfect pistol for a sneaking mission, huh?
All right. How about we actually make some more progress here? Oh, he saw me on the other side of the fence, so he's going all the way around. Hello. Huh? What's up? Oh well. It's not a good day for you. He's dead. Oh no, he's dead. Give me those smoke grenades. Oh, I don't need any smoke grenades. Okay. Oh, really? That looked like it was going to be it. HQ, please respond.
What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
Diddle-oo. Bump, bump. Bump, 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 bump. May as well collect this camo that I don't have. Boo, diddle-oo.
You must be lurking nearby.
Bump, bump, bump.
Who's that?
Let's call paramedic again. Stay up to date on these save calls.
Saving the game, Snake? Snake, have you ever seen Jason and the Argonauts?
I can't say I have.
It's based on Greek mythology. There's this ship called the Argo, and it sets sail in search of the Golden Fleece. Along the way, it encounters many dangers. They run into all kinds of monsters, like bronze giants and the deadly seven-headed Hydra and the vicious bird-like harpies. The most spectacular part of all was the battle scene with an army of skeletons. It was like they were actually standing up and fighting.
Are you serious?
If you don't believe me, go see it for yourself. Then you'll understand the magic of movies. It was totally amazing.
Yeah, all right. If I make it back alive, I'll go see it.
It just came out, so I'm sure it'll still be playing.
For Kane, I don't think there are bats in this area.
Treating serious... Snake, be careful. When you're bitten by a venomous... The gate... When you get...
Yeah. Oh, shit. Daddy Big Balls, 1964. Donates $50. I'm assuming that's you, Blad. To snipe the end early. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'll add that. Huh? Take this guy out. Bump. 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 Oh, damn. So easy to miss with the M1911. So here, with this area, we get to change the outcome. Or, well, no, we get to change how an area later on plays out. If we destroy the Hind here, it means we won't have to deal with the Hind later on during the mountain sequence. Or for one of those mountain sequences, one of those mountain areas. If we destroy the Hind, we have to deal with flying platforms instead. But the weird thing is that the Hind is way easier to deal with than the flying platforms. So you think you're being clever by taking the Hind out, but that actually just makes your life harder later on. You increase the difficulty by being clever here and taking out the Hind. The Hind is pretty easy to avoid, but the flying platforms are not so easy to avoid. They're up in your face.
Huh? Speak. Bastard. Speak. Radio 148.66. Speak. Finish me.
Okay, you asked for it. 148.66, you say. This gives me time to add that donation. Give me a sec. Cut the music. So yeah, there we go. Our first healing radio track. There are a few of these that you can find, which will heal you up a bit. The 66 Boys. I think that is like the invented band name. From what I understand, Norihiko Hibino wrote this. And I think 66 Boys is just the invented band name for it. I don't think the 66 Boys really exist. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe it is referencing something else. Like maybe it is like partially real or something, but no, I don't think so. I think it is just the invented band name. Let's call Zero about this Hind.
Major.
What is it?
That attack chopper is parked on the heliport.
The one from before?
Yeah. The one that took away the Shagohod during the Virtuous Mission.
Perhaps it's an armed variation of the Mi-8 hip.
No. Some of it looks the same, but the overall shape is different. It's got stub wings, and the cockpit canopy looks like an angular greenhouse.
No kidding. Then it must be some kind of new model. I've heard stories recently that the Soviets are developing a flying infantry combat vehicle. That's gotta be it.
A flying infantry combat vehicle?
Yeah, a transport chopper with troop-carrying capabilities. Think of it as an attack transport chopper version of France's AMX VCI or the Soviet BMP. They must be doing field tests on the initial prototype.
A next-generation chopper that's a little smaller than the hip. Maybe we should call it a Hind.
Not bad. It's cool with me.
Then it's settled. We'll refer to that new type helicopter as a Hind from now on. The Hind you see parked at the heliport must not be ready to fly. You don't need to worry about it taking off. If you're going to destroy it, now might be your chance.
All right. The invention of the Hind. Yeah, like some of the other names that you get for the tracks are like clearly riffing on other people. Like one of the Jumpin' Johnny track, the artist is apparently Chunk Raspberry. You know, Chuck Berry. I'm assuming 66 Boys is also referencing something, like it's a play on something, but I'm not sure what exactly. Obviously, it's a 60s game, a game that takes place in the 60s, but it takes place before 66. 66 Boys is just... Oh, it's just referencing the Beach Boys, is it? Okay. What's... is 66 particularly relevant to the Beach Boys? Let's play another 66 Boys track. If we go to 01, I think. No? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it doesn't really sound like Beach Boys, though, does it? Yeah, I mean, I guess they had their surfery stuff. Called bullshit on the Beach Boys. Yeah. I think it is Beach Boys for sure. Surfing USA, yeah, big time. Hold on a second. Let's go to one of the other ones. Starry K. David Bowie. What's this referencing? Earth Angel? It's been a long time since I've seen you, baby. All right. Let's get back to the game. Yeah, I thought the intro had a bit of a Ziggy kind of feel to it, but I don't think that's what it's calling to. Let's take him out. Yeah, it does. It did really remind me of that Sleepwalker track. Who created that again? No, I'm not thinking of the Who. Maybe we're thinking of someone else. Hey, you got some TNT.
Looks like you've got some TNT. TNT is short for trinitrotoluene, a pale yellow crystalline compound made from a trinitrified mix of nitric acid and sulfuric acid. It's used throughout the world as a military explosive. It has a low sensitivity and is chemically stable, making it easy to handle. It's also got a low melting point and can easily be shaped by boiling or steaming it. But because the sensitivity is so low, you need a booster to actually get it to explode.
No problem. It came with its own remote control detonator.
Good. Then all you have to do is press the weapon button to place the TNT, and then press the CQC button to set it off. The map screen in the survival viewer will display the locations where you've planted TNT. Take warning though, the radio signal for the detonator is pretty weak. Don't forget that pressing the CQC button will only set off TNT that's planted in the same area. You're wearing the tiger stripe pattern camouflage.
Yeah.
The Mark 20. The camo.
Okay. Zero.
Snake, that building next to you is an enemy armory.
As you might have guessed, those armories you sometimes run into are where they keep their ammo and other stuff.
Move over,
If
Zero.
you take out an armory, the enemy units in the area will have their ammo supply cut off. And if they know they're on their last leg, they'll use ammo a little more sparingly in a gunfight. Bottom line, if you blow up an armory, the enemy's firepower decreases.
By destroying an armory, you can cut off the enemy's supply of ammunition. That should make your job a lot easier.
Yeah, which isn't actually so useful in this area because, you know, we'll never be coming back to this area. This system to me always felt like something that they wanted to flesh out a little bit more. Or like it's a really cool idea, a cool thing that you can do, but you can't really make much use out of it. Same with destroying the enemy's food supplies. You know, because with a lot of these areas, you just don't come back to them. It can be useful in Strut F. Not Strut F, what the fuck am I talking about? With Strut F is a warehouse. So there's some logic to what I'm saying. In the warehouse later on, it is actually useful to destroy their supplies because that is an area you come back through. You know, before the fear fight, before Grannon's lab. You go through the warehouse there, you meet Grannon, and then you come back to that area later on. And if you destroy the enemy's supplies on your first trip through, they'll be all fucked up when you get back. And you can really abuse that fact. And you can, you know, when they're starving, you'll be able to poison them. And you can really take advantage of it. But here, it's not so useful because, you know, we'll never be coming back to this place. We can see their food supplies over here, which we can do the same thing. Let's call Zero, see if he says anything about it.
Snake, that building next to you is a provisions storehouse.
A provision storehouse is where the enemy keeps their food. Enemy units in that area use it to stock up on rations. So if you happen to blow up a provision storehouse, the enemies in that area won't be able to get any more rations. Spetsnaz are people too. They gotta eat, or their stamina starts to go down. They might pass out more easily or lose their concentration and start to shoot less accurately. Who knows? They'll probably be a little more desperate for food just lying around. Basically, if you get rid of a provision storehouse, the enemies in that area will get physically weaker.
By destroying a provisions warehouse, you can cut off the food supply to enemies in the surrounding area. It may be worthwhile if you have time and materials to spare.
Yeah, it's very easy to play the game and not realize that this is a thing. Oh God, I thought that was the door. And yeah, pretty cool how it actually blows up the shack completely.
This is HQ.
We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Don't need to high alert.
Acknowledged.
Ba-dum-bum.
Use extra caution.
Ba-dum-bum-bum. Badaloo. Look at these clever guys running up to the post. Oh my God.
Tell me something, SIGINT.
What's that?
What does SIGINT mean, anyway?
It's short for Signal Intelligence.
I was hoping he would talk about the
Signal
grenades.
Intelligence.
The part of intelligence that deals with electronic information. Things like intercepting and analyzing electronic communications, determining enemy force strength and positioning from radar emissions and radio chatter. You get the idea. Code breaking is considered part of SIGINT as well. 40 years from now, we'll be in the age of electronic warfare. It won't be long before information replaces firepower as the most valuable commodity on the battlefield.
So you're saying they won't need guys like me anymore?
Sorry to break it to you, but that's not gonna happen. No matter how advanced our technology gets, there's still no substitute for human beings. Anyway, the Major is a man of foresight. He knew the electronic age was coming, and so he called out to me.
And you responded?
Well, I didn't have any place else to go.
You couldn't find a job?
Nope. None of the places where they do this kind of high-tech research would even let me in the door.
Why not? I know you've got social problems, but...
Come again?
Nothing. I mean, someone with your talent ought to be able to...
Yeah, well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm black. The Major, though, he doesn't care about what color you are. I've never met anyone like him before. He's different, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know.
I don't think racism's gonna go away even in the 21st century. But I want to work with computers and use them to bring people closer together. In the digital world, it doesn't matter whether you're black or white, American or Russian or whatever. Everybody's gonna be the same. That's what I think.
So, interesting call. It might make you think twice about the future development of the Patriots in the story. Like, this stuff here is very in line with what we're told in MGS4. You know? Like, the SIGINT's characterization of Zero here. Like, he's the Major is a man of foresight. He sees this new digital age coming. Yeah, this stuff would really make you wonder if they had that as an idea when they were writing MGS3, these people becoming the Patriots. at the end of MGS3, you find out that Sigint does become the DARPA chief, so that isn't something that they added just in MGS4, turning Sigint into the DARPA chief. That was an idea in MGS3. And then we find out much later that it was Sigint's idea to create the Patriot AIs, which really matches up with this call. And, the whole thing about the Patriots' good intentions becoming warped. You can see here Sigint has good intentions of how we could use this technology to bring people closer together to erase divisions in society and whatnot. But you could also, obviously, you can see how this became warped when it became what it actually became. When all of this stuff was actually put into action with the AIs. But yeah, interesting.
You want to save?
Eva, how are you doing?
The crevice leading to the cave is to the north of that base. Keep heading north.
Eva, about the 45 and the Mark 22 you showed me.
Yeah,
You said you got them from a vault full of Western weapons, right?
that I did.
How? A vault full of secret Western technology should be under strict surveillance.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm not telling anyway.
Why not?
It'd be a waste of time.
A waste of time?
Even if I explained how I did it, you'd never be able to do it yourself.
What does that mean?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Nice.
The crevice leading to the cave is to the north of that base. Keep heading north.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now that I have my calorie mate, Paramedic will be able to tell us all about it.
I see you have a calorie mate.
Calorie mate?
The thing you're holding now?
Oh, the little block that looks like a cookie?
Try it, it's pretty good.
Okay, but what is this thing? Never seen anything like it.
Calorie Mate is an energy supplement that contains all the proteins, lipids, vitamins, carbohydrates, and minerals needed for a balanced diet. It's a well-balanced food. Because of that, it's just perfect for giving your body the nutrition it needs in combat.
It sounds like a space-age food.
Real astronaut food is not very good, but that should taste fine.
Yeah, and it'll help balance out all this jungle food I'm eating.
It's easy and quick to eat, so it's perfect when you're running late for an important mission in the morning.
I've never been late for a mission.
Really? Aren't you always keeping people waiting? It's easy to keep track of your calorie intake and receive the nutrition your body needs, so it's good for losing weight, too. All of the geisha girls in Japan use it for watching their calories.
Is that why they're all so slim?
Right. And any diet where you eat nothing at all is bad for the body.
I see. You seem to know a lot about Japan, don't you?
Yes, I love Japan.
The crevice leading... By the way, Snake, do you have a calorie mate?
Yeah.
Is it any good?
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh.
You want it?
What?
Do you want the calorie mate?
What? What are you saying?
You want it, don't you?
I didn't say that.
So you don't want it then?
No. But if you were going to give it to me as a token of thanks for me helping you out, then of course I wouldn't refuse it.
Are you on a diet?
What did you say?
Calorie mate is supposed to be really good for losing weight.
Are you saying I'm fat?
No.
I'm not on a diet, and I don't need one. I just wanted to try the taste.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful with what you say.
Yeah, sorry.
So, is it true?
Is what true?
That it's good for losing weight.
Yeah. Calorie Mate provides a nutritionally balanced source of energy, and it makes counting calories easy. That's what's supposed to make it good for dieting.
Oh, I see.
I heard that all of the geisha in Japan use it.
Geisha?
Yeah,
I've never heard about that.
really?
Yes. I'm sure there are some geisha out there using Calorie Mate for diets, but I doubt all of them are using it.
No, I guess not.
Let me see. Paramedic, anything else?
I see you cut yourself a rat. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated by humans as pets and lab animals. They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
So how do they taste?
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
I love the sigh there. Ba-doodle bum ba bum bum bum. Hello there. Ba-dum bum bum.
An intruder.
Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-da-loo. So many of them. Oh my god! How many shots? I'm gonna die. Ba-dum bum bum. Okay, back to work. Bro, who the fuck? Where the hell did that shot come from? What the hell? Fuck it, let's equip the life med. Some random shot from within the building.
Right there?
Were those footsteps? Were those footsteps?
Of course, I overthrew it.
Come in, HQ. What's wrong?
Hey! That's better. Okay, back to work. I think he must have woken up right after I blew it up.
We're under attack. What's wrong? Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Control here. The enemy is attacking from an unknown position. Begin the alert status.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
Badaloo. I'm not sure if we have the camo from up top here. It's pretty fun just fucking around in this area. Hey, no, we don't have it. Caboodle bum ba diddle a doom ba doom bum bum. Ba doom bum bum. Being very careless here. I'm not even thinking about where they are. I know we'll catch the Tsuchinoko later on. After we fight the fear. Quiet Riot with the 5-pack as well. Thank you. Cheers. Much appreciated.
Do you want to save? Snake, I'm behind you 100%.
Thanks. That means a lot.
I see you've got yourself a ration. Rations are portable meals carried by Soviet soldiers.
I've heard some nasty stories about how they taste.
It looks like the rumors are true.
Great.
Hey, you should be grateful. Those things are designed to last. No matter how long you keep a ration, it'll never go bad. And they're surprisingly good for you, too.
I'd take a snake over this any day, even if it's a little rotten.
You are hopeless. Burns happen when you're engulfed in flames or get caught in an Cuts happen when...
Yeah.
Here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat. disappoint the Cobras. But you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots. This time I've got 12 shots.
Let's do it.
Major, coming to your assistance. Die! Hold your fire.
Ah, I meant to shoot off his hat.
Not bad. Won't get away from me! You're all talk, huh?
What?
You making fun of me?
You're not supposed to shoot me when I'm hanging here. I'm doing my pull-ups.
Fight like you mean it.
3.
Quit fooling around.
4. 5. 6.
Fight like you mean it.
7. 8.
Quit fooling around.
9. Oh!
Felt the tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Just gonna do that out in the open. Let's shoot the Markor. He always gets upset when you shoot the Markor.
Damn! Okay. Son of a bitch! I've never felt a tension like this before.
Let's put on the croc cap.
That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Oh, nice. No reaction to the box?
Amazing.
Oops.
I never knew reloading could be so thrilling in the middle of a battle. What's the matter?
I wonder if I can catch him from here with this. Probably not.
Can't hide forever.
I'm standing right here, man. Ah, and he doesn't get caught by them when he runs back. Oh no, he is caught by them. See, look. You can... wait, now I want my binoculars again. You can see him do the same thing that he does in the cutscene after this. If you catch him with the hornet's nest, it's pretty cool. There he is.
Get away from me!
Lots of cool little touches in this fight. Oh! Oh, that was a villainous laugh.
This reload time is exhilarating.
Yeah, now he's using the same strat.
Loading like this, it's a revolution.
Oh my god. Look how fast he gets, man. He's a quick learner. He starts off really slow. I want to see if I can get the joy line from him. Oof.
Pulse the heat of battle.
Gonna chill.
Can't hide forever.
Ah, same line again. Okay, I'll try it one more time. What the hell are you doing, Ocelot?
It looks like there's a hornet's nest up there. If it falls down, you'll be attacked by the hornets inside. If you get attacked by hornets, swing your survival knife around or use a smoke grenade to drive them off. Wearing light-colored clothing can also be effective.
Smoking a cigar is also effective.
That guy is using a single-action army. It's a 6-shot 45 caliber revolver. The only drawback is that because it's a revolver, it's a pain in the ass to reload. Ocelot will be open to attack while he's reloading. Use that window to unload on it. Ocelot has 2 single-action army revolvers. That gives him 12 bullets in all. Keep a close eye on his remaining rounds. When he stops to reload, open fire.
Oh my god, I've a lot of people to thank here. More donations. The end with the $3 sniped me early. Honestly, I cannot be bothered to fight you. Thank you very much, The End, for the $3. Anonymous, thank you for the $20 to fight The End. Mommy Big Milky's 1964, thank you for the $30 to snipe early. I'm not sure if that was Blad or not, but thank you, whoever it was. Anonymous, thank you for the $40 as well to fight The End. Cheers, everyone. Much appreciated.
What's the matter?
Fucking shoot me, please. And yeah, somehow his soldiers are invincible. Is Skullface back there somewhere?
Come out and fight, you coward!
Ah!
Can't hide from me.
Oh, please get rid of your last bullet. This is the last time I'm going to try and get the line. There we go. Ah, we're just getting really bad luck. Fuck it. I want to get the line where he talks about the joy of the revolver. Thank you for teaching me the joy.
I love it! Damn it. He found us. You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Okay. Man, I really love that Ocelot Unit fight. Just all the little details. It's pretty crazy. The reaction to the Markor, shooting down the Hornet's Nest, the Croc Cap, stopping to do pull-ups where they all just stop. You making fun of me? Assert your dominance on them by doing pull-ups. The cool thing as well at the end there, you can only trigger that standoff at the end when he hides behind the tree. If you notice him running behind the tree, at that point, if you walk right up to the edge of the chasm, he'll come out and you'll have your standoff. Sometimes it'll trigger like a mini cutscene as well when he jumps out from behind the tree. It didn't happen that time, but sometimes it will happen. If you're on NG Plus and you have a single action army, he will also react to you with the single action army. If you start spinning around your own single action army, which you can do, like, you know, the way he spins his revolvers around, that's something you can do as well if you unlock the single action army. And if you do that in front of him, he sees it as a competition and he will try and match your technique, and you'll have a spin-off. It's cool, all the things you can do in that fight. We already have the animals camo. That's what you normally get if you're on new game and you trank Ocelot. This is usually your reward. An animal skin camo uniform. Wearing it removes any handshaking while aiming a gun. So even if your stamina gets really low, you can use this. And your aim will not be shaken. Hey, thank you again for the shout out, whoever that was. Yeah, make sure to give me a follow if you want to catch our next marathon. If you're new here, we always alternate these marathons month by month. This month it's happening here. Next month it'll be happening over on my channel. Did someone else donate for the fight apart from those $20? I added all the donations that I got. I had several to add. $3 from the end, $20 from Anonymous, $30 from Mommy Big Milky's 1964, and $40 from Anonymous. I added all of those. Bad humans. Hold up. Oh, my chat is being really awkward here. The description for the collection's screenplay is as follows. Each of the main titles will include an exclusive digital screenplay book of all the in-game dialogue and radio calls. Bad humans, initially you thought that this screenplay book was the scenario book, right? And now it's turning out that may not be the case. And that's probably not the case. You think it's the same thing? Looks like they've been translated. Hopefully they are those scenario books, because that stuff has like lots of extra information that never got translated into English, right? That's what the scenario books are, but they come with like developer notes as well, don't they? It's more than just the script. You know, didn't we already get the script with the document of MGS2? Even though that is just in Japanese, right? Now I'm getting confused. It's been so long since I looked at the document. But man, that's cool. If that's the case. There are footnotes, very little dev notes. Ah, okay. Maybe I thought they were a bigger deal than what they actually are. But man, that's great if we're getting finally getting a translation of the scenario book. Is it the scenario book that has the information about the rose gasp, Bad Humans? No more hunting for calls. Yeah, we'll be able to look up any calls that we might have missed over the years. Hey, I forgot to call 0 when I loaded this area. I wasn't even thinking.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Major.
Snake.
Are you all right? You're not hurt?
No. That was a hell of a drop, but I'm fine. Looks like there's no way back up, though.
I see. Well, anyway, it's good to hear you're not injured. Slipping and falling may not have been part of the plan, but getting into that cave was. Proceed further into the cave. The cave seems to be structured like a maze, but there's an exit somewhere. Find a way out of the cave and head for the aqueduct.
All right, but it might take me a while to get through this cave.
Are you hurt?
No.
Is it the enemy? Did they set a trap for you?
Not that either.
Then what is it?
It's dark in here.
Dark?
Yeah, there's no light anywhere. I should have brought a flashlight with me.
So what you're saying is that it's going to take you a while because you don't have a flashlight?
Right.
Snake, if you don't have a flashlight, you should be looking for a substitute. I tell you, American soldiers these days rely too much on ready-made equipment.
Here we go again.
What was that?
Nothing.
American soldiers rely too much on ready-made equipment. And not only that, they can't seem to grasp that one piece of equipment can have multiple functions. Back when I was in the SAS, we never had that problem. We were trained to use every piece of equipment in as many ways as possible. If you don't have a flashlight, look for something else. You need to develop flexible, innovative thinking if you want to... Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah, of course I am.
First, take a look at what you're carrying with you now. Don't you have anything that can provide you with some light?
So I meant to trigger this call as soon as I landed in the cave, because we actually just found our torch. You start out in complete darkness. But you can use your cigar before you even find anything. Your cigar will give you a little bit of light. Of course, any Russian glow caps that you might see in the distance. But there is one crazy little detail regarding this cave. And that is that the lighting in the area actually gradually gets brighter, little by little, to simulate the human eye's adaptation to the darkness, like it would in real life. In reality, if you're in complete darkness, the human eye will adapt. So they try to simulate that idea by just brightening up the level slowly. You notice that when you were a kid playing? Yeah, you'll notice that the area gets much brighter as you play through it. You might think you're imagining it or something on a first playthrough. I think you can probably notice the difference already. This is where we land. This is where we drop down after the Ocelot fight. Yeah, it's already, you can already tell. Look. Yeah, and we found our torch here, so let's equip that, which is classed as a weapon. Kind of an interesting little stage as well, this cave, with like looping level design. It's quite different to all the other maps in the game. All the little dead ends and loops.
A torch? A little primitive, but a light's a light. From what I can tell, that torch is made of white birch dipped in turpentine. It burns long, so I don't think you'll have a problem with it burning out on you. If you equip it and press the CQC button, you can use it to smack the enemy. You can also swing it around by pressing that button repeatedly. Useful when you need to clear the room of bats and stuff. With the weapon button, you can light and extinguish a torch, so make sure that thing is out if an enemy is closing in. Get used to it. The light from the torch is visible from a long way off, though. It probably goes without saying, but marching into battle with a torch in your hand is not the sanest course of action. You should only light a torch when you're someplace like a cave where you can't find your way around without a light.
Yeah, I hear you.
I will not be going to the MGS Con, no. I'm too much of a reclusive hermit. But, yeah, it's a long trip as well for one single day. 12-hour flight to LA. But, who knows? Maybe if it's a recurring thing and it happens again, I'll think about it. But, yeah, no, and genuinely, I do like my anonymity, though. Let's see. Yeah, you can turn off the flame. Any fighting game events around that time could meet Aris? Well, Aris doesn't even want to go to Evo, so I don't think Aris will be... I don't think I'd be able to meet Aris at any fighting game tournament. I was watching him stream recently and he was talking about how he's deciding not to go to Evo. Yeah, it's a shame he doesn't want to do commentary anymore. But understandable, knowing Aris. Yeah, I think that is part of his reasoning behind not wanting to do commentary at events like that anymore, is because you do have to sell things more now. Like, you really need to advertise the games you're showing, and you know, like he was watching that tournament a while back where they were like holding up Tekken toys and shit like that. Aris was like, I don't want to be selling any fucking merchandise. Well, watching Aris commentate those tournaments before as well, like, he really didn't give a fuck. Like, if they announced a new character at a tournament and Aris was commentating at this official tournament and he didn't like the character, Aris wouldn't hold back. Like, he would show very clearly that he did not give a shit about this new character. Remember when they announced Noctis and Aris was doing commentary for this like official event, this big official reveal? They cut back to Aris and he's like, oh yeah, I sure am excited, man. Making it very clear that he didn't give a shit, even though it was an official event. So yeah, we might not be seeing Aris anymore commentating those big events if they're leaning further in that direction where they really have to, where they're really encouraging them to sell the products, you know? Yeah, to be fair though, Harada seemed, I don't think Harada gave a shit. Some of those Nam cops though, they probably give a shit. So here we get the night vision goggles. Why am I looking in my weapons? Barely need them now that the whole place is brightened up. I love this old design for the night vision. Look at this big chunky thing.
Hey, what's that you're wearing?
Night vision goggles. This gadget lets me see in the dark by amplifying light and displaying it as images.
Amplifying light?
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, I'll be damned. They're working on something like that here in the States, but so far it's not viable unless it's coupled with an infrared searchlight. And now the Russians have something you can carry with you. Anyway, those goggles should give you a decent visual range even in dark places. But don't look at anything bright like fire or it'll get burned into your eyes and you won't be able to see for a while. Be careful.
All right. Yeah, I mean, he when he restreams those events, he pulls in so many viewers anyway. May as well just keep restreaming. Probably comes close to matching the numbers on the official channels. Didn't he have like 10,000 viewers for the CEO stream the other day? I'm only a beginner in Street Fighter 6. I'm a real Street Fighter beginner. I'm just working my way up through the silver ranks at the moment with Chun-Li. I did play as Dalsim first, but it was too much of a struggle for me. Thought I'd go for a more traditional kind of character. I don't give a shit how hard or bad the characters are. I'm just going to play who I want to play. And you probably have no idea what the fuck you're talking about anyway, because the game is so brand new and everyone's still discovering what's good and bad. Like, one day this character sucks, the next day this character's great. You know, it's so early for the game. It's hard to take comments like that seriously. Holy dog, what? Hold on, did I pick up those glow caps earlier? But yeah, I really like Chun-Li. Her combos are really fun. I just had a lot of fun learning her combos in practice mode. I wasn't really sure who to pick up after Dalsim. And yeah, I was just kind of drawn to Chun-Li and her big thighs. And had some fun just learning her her combo trials, so I thought I'd stick with her. I just really like the style of her combos. All the little... All of the aerial moves with her are a lot of fun. The way you send people up into the air and do those aerial moves. Really fun combos. I saw someone else do that 4 air hit combo. I think I was watching some replay of a Chun player, you know. I really like that replay system in Street Fighter 6. How you can look at replays, slow them down. It's really cool just going to a bunch of other players and seeing how they play, slowing down their matches. Yeah, I need to take a look at that 4-hit aerial combo.
I see you found some Russian glow caps. The Russian glow cap is a kind of luminescent fungus, a mushroom that glows in the dark.
Why would a mushroom glow in the dark?
It's bioluminescent, just like a firefly. It uses the so-called luciferin luciferase reaction. To put it simply, luciferin reacts with luciferase in the presence of magnesium 2+ ions, breaking it down into oxyluciferin and carbon dioxide. The carbonyl groups in the oxyluciferin are initially in an electrical excited state. When they return to their base state, they give off light. Did you get all that?
Not really.
Oh.
By the way, does that mushroom recharge your batteries when you eat it?
Huh?
I mean, it seems like if you ate a glowing mushroom, it might recharge your batteries or something.
Snake, your batteries are organic batteries. They produce electricity by utilizing the potential difference between cells. Organic batteries are known for their highly efficient energy conversion, but they still rely on chemical reactions between proteins and enzymes to...
So you're saying they'll get recharged?
Believe what you want.
Great.
Great! Alright, let's try it out, shall we? Russian glowcap, a glowing mushroom that can only be found in the vicinity of Selinoyarsk. Because it's a glowing mushroom, it supposedly recharges the battery when eaten. Let's just test it out. Let's drain some of our night vision battery. Just so we have something to test this on. We need proof here. Okay, that's 1 bar. Battery has recovered. Let's take a look. Oh my god. It works.
Paramedic.
What's up?
You were right.
About what?
I ate a Russian glow cap and it charged up my batteries.
Huh?
What's wrong?
That's great. Snake, can you excuse me for a second?
Sure.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah. There's no way eating a bioluminescent mushroom would cause your batteries to recharge.
What do you think it means?
Beats me. Maybe it's all in his mind.
You mean in like a placebo effect?
Why not? You've seen how gullible he is.
I guess there's no harm done. Should we let him into believing it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Snake, I'm back. Yes, the Russian glow cap is a glowing mushroom, so it'll recharge your batteries when you eat it.
You've seen how gullible he is. I love singing.
The camo index located in the top.
Yeah.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, just barely. What the hell were all those hornets?
Most likely that was the pain, one of the cobras.
I figured as much. Are they tracking me?
I don't know. The cobras only take orders from the boss. Not even Volgin knows what they're really up to, so I don't know anything about them either.
No kidding.
I'll try and dig up as much as I can about them. You just focus on moving ahead. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponizovye swamp. And Snake, be careful. That cave
is pitch dark inside.
Good. I did remember to tell you then. If it's completely dark and you need a light, try using a torch.
Eva, I wanted to ask you about Ocelot.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty infatuated with you, isn't he?
That's not what I meant. Aren't the Ocelots an elite unit?
Yeah.
So how'd he get to be their commander? He can't be any older than 18 or 19. I can't believe he's already a major.
I heard from the colonel that he's been given special treatment.
Special treatment?
Yeah, he's the son of some legendary hero or something.
No wonder he seems to have the right stuff. So who is this legendary hero anyway?
Beats me. The colonel never told me. All I heard was that his mother was supposedly shot in the gut during battle, and that he was born right there with bullets whizzing past them.
A pregnant woman in the middle of a battle?
That's what I heard. They say that when they stitched her up, the scar was shaped like a snake.
Well, that's battlefield medicine for you. What about his father, this legendary hero?
He didn't tell me. I don't think Ocelot's ever met his parents.
Are they dead?
Maybe, I don't know. There were a lot of MIAs back then, during the last days of the war. Ocelot probably would have ended up the same way. But he was taken in and raised by Gru and Volgan.
Because he was special.
That's my guess.
Assumes the father must be the hero. Yeah, and what about his father, this legendary hero? Not that the Sorrow wasn't a legend in his own right, but... yeah, I think the legendary hero there that's being mentioned there is the boss. So yeah, that call combined with what we see at the end of the game combines to tell us that the boss is Ocelot's mother. Right now, we don't know anything about the boss having that scar on her chest, but obviously it's something we see at the very end.
You want to save?
The Sorrow was a legend. You know, he's part of the Cobra unit. They're a legendary unit for what they accomplished in World War II.
Snake, have you seen 007 From Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets? The cars? The guns?
Major.
Snake, wouldn't you like to have a gun shaped like a pen?
What good is a pen gonna do me in the jungle? I'd look like a fool.
Then what about a snake-shaped gun? You could make it look like you're grappling with a giant snake and then get a shot in on the enemy while they're distracted.
Okay, now you're being ridiculous.
We'll make you a snake-shaped gun that folds up and fits into an attaché case.
Will you give it a rest?
Oh, I get it. You're worried about how to handle the ladies, aren't you?
No.
I knew it. To tell you the truth, I don't like the idea of playing hanky-panky with enemy femme fatales either. But that's part of Bond's appeal. You could learn a thing or two from him. I mean, what about this Eva? What are you planning to do with her?
I don't even trust her yet.
No, that's not what I mean. You can't let yourself get involved. This is a game of spy versus spy. She's using you just as much as you're using her.
I realize that.
You've got to grab the initiative, and to do that, you have to get the upper hand in the relationship. That's what a spy is supposed to do.
Get the upper hand? I don't think I'm cut out for that mission.
Maybe if you change your codename to 00 Snake.
Major.
007 is the biggest thing to come out of England since the Mayflower. I wouldn't be surprised if they made 20 more of those movies.
Didn't you know? The Major is a huge James Bond fan. Don't get him worked up like this.
Worked up?
Maybe you don't realize this, but now that you've got him started talking about Bond, I'm going to have to listen to him lecture for a whole hour after he gets off the radio.
You have my sympathy.
It's too bad you can't enjoy such a great movie, though.
I guess I'm just one of those people who can't enjoy spy flicks.
And How, thank you for the 3 months. And Issues, thank you for the 2 months. And Sonny Big Sack 1964 with the $40. Thank you very much for another snipe early. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Here we got our M37. I need to add that donation. Let me just do that while I do another couple of calls here.
Snake, be careful. That cave is inhabited by vampire bats. The vampire bat bites its victims and sucks their blood.
Got it.
Speaking of bats...
Just save it.
Huh?
I know you're going to talk about vampire movies. Attack of the Vampire Donuts, or Dracula versus the Space Hippos, or something like that.
Actually, I was going to say that bats are known to use supersonic waves to sense their surroundings.
Oh.
Bats use supersonic waves to sense their surroundings, so you might be able to keep them away by blasting them with a special kind of sound wave. Alternatively, you could try equipping a torch and waving it around with the CQC button. As for taste, I suppose there's no reason you couldn't eat them. Snake, do you hate vampire movies?
What?
Just now, you sounded like you really hated them.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, no one really likes them, do they?
Some people do.
Like you.
Yeah. They're fascinating, you know? Like the movie Dracula...
Don't say it.
Why not?
Just don't.
Are you afraid?
What?
You're afraid of vampires, aren't you?
Don't be ridiculous.
But...
Listen, there are no such things as vampires. They're just a stupid, made-up legend. If they do seem real sometimes.
Well, sure.
You think I'd be afraid of something like that?
No.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not afraid of vampires.
Uh-huh.
It's just that whenever somebody starts talking about vampires, I end up dreaming about them that night, and I don't need that right now. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, this does tie into the nightmare sequence, which I'm sure DRK will be showing later on when he gets to that part. And Vlad, thank you for telling me I added that to fight by mistake instead of snipe early. Sorry about that.
You can capture animals alive by using the
Yeah, DRK should be able to show that legitimately as well, because he has a backwards compatible PS3 where he can show the PS2 version.
Snake, that's the home to the otten frog. The otten frog is a large, corpulent species of frog. They're known as a delicacy, so it might be worth catching them for food. The otten frog was originally found only on Amami Oshima in Japan. Frogs usually have 4 toes on their front legs, but the otten frog is unique in that it has 5.
Got it. By the way, you said they were known as a delicacy, right?
Right.
So that means they must taste pretty good, huh?
I guess so. I hear that in Japan, otten frog sashimi and sukiyaki are popular dishes.
Really?
Yeah.
Japan, huh? That place is starting to sound better and better.
Vlad, thank you for gifting a sub to Hempmind as well. Cheers. How's it going, Hempmind? Away! Oh my god. We're finally catching them. Jesus. Wasn't going so well there at first. You're not very good at this, Snake. Stun grenades are really a much better option here.
I've caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss.
Yeah!
I am the pain. I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination.
Yeah!
Let's get started.
I love the pain. I like how the jacket makes him look all chubby. No, don't even think about throwing that. You know, you just don't expect a guy looking like that to be so acrobatic. But he's quite a mover, you know? His standard pose there looks like he's conducting. He does all these other little pirouettes, backflips. Oh my god! I didn't mean to do that. Man, even on extreme, lethal weapons just destroy him. Jesus, that's 50% of his health. That's crazy. Yeah, get it. Ah, fuck. For some reason, if you go into first-person view, his bullet bees cannot hit you. Usually they're extremely lethal. But that's a cheese strat.
Snake, as long as the Pain is using his hornets to protect his body, you won't be able to damage him with gun attacks. You'll need to use a grenade to get rid of the hornet swarm first. Go into first-person view and throw a grenade at him. The shotgun should work as well. Get rid of those hornets protecting him, and then attack him with a gun.
This can actually be a pretty tricky fight to learn if you're going in blind into Extreme or European Extreme. The Pain has a lot of tricks. He has a lot of different moves and lots of things that can catch you off guard.
The Pain seems to be directing swarms of hornets to attack you.
Be careful. If you're attacked by...
Yeah. It's very easy to just keep getting pushed into the water by him. He's so many moves that just incentivize you to jump back into the water. It can be hard to consistently attack him.
The Pain is said to possess the power to control his hornets at will. Watch out for insect-based attacks, especially his so-called bullet bees.
But if you're lethally... You just want to lethally kill him, he's not too bad, as you can see.
The Pain has the power to control swarms of hornets at will. Watch out for his hornet-based attacks.
Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bees are the name the Pain gives the special hornets he raises inside his own body. And if they get into your body, your wounds will become worse and worse until you get rid of them. If you're afflicted by bullet bees, go into the survival viewer immediately and use Cure to dig them out with your knife. Once the bullet bees are out, don't forget to apply styptic and disinfectant to the wound. Snake, you won't be able to see a thing with a swarm of hornets covering your head. The hornets can't follow you into the water. If you find your vision being blocked by a swarm of hornets, dive into the water. You could also try driving them away with the smoke from your cigar.
Yeah.
Waving your torch around with the CQC button should also work. You might be able to trap some of the hornets by throwing a hornet's nest at them. If you succeed, it should reduce the number of hornets the Pain has at his disposal. It might even make the nest taste better.
Yeah, that's
Try
a
it
cool
out.
detail. I forgot to bring in a nest, though.
The Pain doesn't just use hornets. He's got guns and grenades in his arsenal, too. Be especially careful about those grenades. Snake, watch out for those bullet bees.
Yeah.
Go, my brother!
Throwing a grenade, just keep swimming. He's a few different grenade attacks. He goes the quick throw that goes off immediately. The slow one, that's the slow homing one. Wait for it to drop.
My bullet bees! Get him!
Suck my ball sack. Fat hairy ball sack. Big buddy's ball sack. My big fat ball sack. Oh, I overshot it.
Go, my brother!
Bum. Oh yeah, now he's made a clone of himself. You can see which one is the real one. The real one actually has real hornets flying around him. That's how you can tell. Let me equip the M37. Oh, damn! That was close. That's a rare attack. You don't see that often. I forgot about it until it happened, and I just remembered at the last second. He can teleport from his platform over to your platform. If he catches you there, he deals like 50% of your health, I think. Yeah, he's a lot of little tricks. Some of his attacks are really rare. Whoop. Ah. Oh, you asshole.
Get
Ah! I went out of first person by mistake. Okay. Oh my god, man.
Take this!
My tactical reload needs some work. I'm blaming this new PS3 controller. My tactical reload is rusty today. I know I am. Oh, you are such an asshole. Just keeps shielding himself. Bum, 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 bum.
Tommy gun!
What? Oh, the fucking bullet bees, right? Oh, I completely forgot. Yeah, they eat away at you. That's actually really cool. I completely forgot. It's been so long since I've been attacked by the bullet bees. Can't remember the last time I got hit by them. Eating away at me, nasty.
Hey!
Probably gonna overthrow that? No.
Hey! Grenade!
Bo-da-da-doo. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh! The Dark Souls roll, the iframes. Don't roll again, you son of a bitch. Nice. Oh, terrible. Zero Phobos with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. Oh, quick throw. Probably gonna roll here. Oh.
Grenade!
Ah!
My hornet! Go!
Oh, actually caught him with a headshot. Ah!
Are you just going to run away?
Nice.
You to taste some real pain. Grenade! Hey! The pain. The pain. The pain.
Hey, thank you again for the shout out. Yeah, so there we go. There's the pain. We're playing on NG+, but if we were playing on New Game, for tranking the pain here, you would be rewarded with his camo, which is right here. You have to go up and around and up onto this platform to get his camo, and his camo is one of the more interesting camos in the game. One of the most interesting ones to fuck around with. The Hornet Stripe camo. The Pain's camo uniform wards off hornets, spiders, and leeches. Also allows the wearer to tame hornets. And that's the interesting part. And we'll show off this camouflage later on in the game. They don't fully describe what you can actually do with the hornets there. But you can actually get the hornets to fight alongside you against the enemy. Not the most practical camo in the game, but a fun little thing to play around with. Hey, what's up, Wexford? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Snake, you beat the pain.
Not without a tough fight.
How did it feel to fight one of the boss's comrades?
What are you getting at?
I just want to know what it's like to have fought a member of the legendary Cobra Unit. That's all.
What you want to know is if I can really face the boss. Is that right?
Well, that too.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. I'll get the mission done.
I certainly hope so.
So the exit of the cave is up ahead?
Right. Go to the end of the cave and you'll come out in an aqueduct overgrown with mangroves. This leads to the Ponyzovier swamp. Pass through that area to the north and you'll reach the aqueduct. But be careful. The aqueduct is patrolled by flying platforms.
Flying platforms?
Soldiers hovering in the air.
I've heard stories, but...
They've already been implemented over here. It goes to show that America isn't #1 in everything.
Hey, Wexford. I'm not sure if I said hello. What's up? I'm getting tired now. I can't remember. Let's save. Make sure we're keeping up to date.
You want to save?
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Snake, have you heard of The Last War?
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
It's a Japanese movie where the world ends in a nuclear war. Tensions between East and West reach the breaking point, and before anyone can stop it, they launch the ICBMs. Humanity is wiped out by a war that no one wanted. The movie depicts that destruction from the eyes of ordinary people. Their simple daily lives are torn apart by the terrible power of a war that has nothing to do with them.
Everybody's afraid of the next big war, but there's only so much that one person can do.
That's why the people who have the power to stop it have to. You'll suffer broken... That area is home to the Thai cobra. The Thai cobra is a large venomous snake that carries an extremely potent neurotoxin. Be careful not to get bitten. If you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to give yourself a serum injection. The Thai cobra originally comes from Indochina, Thailand, and southern China. The ones in that area were probably imported as pets and research subjects before they escaped and turned feral.
Not as food?
Come again?
They weren't imported as food.
They're not for eating.
So they don't taste good then?
That's not my point. It's not a matter of whether they taste good or not. People don't raise snakes for food, period.
Okay. So you're saying they might be good to eat, right?
Only one way to find out.
Have you guys ever... Have you ever done a donation war for killing or sparing Ivan? Not that it matters much. You mean Rykov? No, we wouldn't do, you know, because, like, well, it doesn't really affect anything other than whether he appears in during the Sorrows River or not. We wouldn't have donation wars for something so trivial, you know? Let me see. Let's keep going. You can choose whether to kill Rykov or not, yeah. It doesn't change anything other than whether he appears during the Sorrows River or not. If you kill him, you'll see his ghost during the Sorrow sequence. If you don't kill him, you won't see him. But it doesn't really change anything other than that. He looks very creepy during the Sorrows sequence. Yeah, we usually kill him just to show what he looks like during the Sorrows sequence. He holds onto his crotch like Raiden does in the Arsenal Gear sequence in MGS2. Time for the most satisfying thing in this game. Watch this. Nice. That's a lot of bats. They're all hanging up there. But I don't really need any food, so... let's eat an arowana. Did I show the chunky squirrel? There are many chunky squirrels, but I did show one of them, yeah. Although that's not where I usually show the chunky squirrel. But yeah, I did at the start of Operation Snake Eater. You can catch squirrels. Yeah, flying squirrels.
Food poisoning.
You say they have flying platforms out there? Flying platforms are a type of personal VTOL aircraft.
They were working on those in America, too, weren't they?
Yeah, back in the 50s. They were supposedly going to be used for scouting and patrol missions, as well as to spot for artillery units and transport troops into rough territory. They even got an initial prototype off the ground in 1955. But the thing wasn't fast enough, and there were problems with getting it to stop and turn in midair, so they ended up scrapping the project. The ones you see there were built by the Soviets after they got their hands on the American design plans. The American model used a pair of contra-rotating rotors to generate lift, but those Soviet models seem to be using jet engines instead. They must have kept going with their research after the US abandoned its own project. Now they've finally overtaken us. You gotta give them credit for sticking with it. If you get spotted by an enemy riding a flying platform, they'll go into alert phase. The flying platforms themselves don't seem to be armed, but the pilots are carrying Scorpion submachine guns and grenades. The recoil on the Scorpion is low enough so that they should be able to fire one-handed in full auto mode. That gives them some serious firepower. The armor plating on the body of a flying platform is bound to be pretty thick. I don't think you're going to be able to penetrate it with a handgun or an assault rifle. When you're up against a flying platform, try and aim for either the pilot or the engine on the underbelly. Keep in mind that every weapon and piece of equipment weighs something. The heavier the equipment you're lugging around, the faster you'll burn up.
Holy shit, man. Nick. With the fucking $200 donation. Let's go with some old age. Haven't seen that in a while. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you so much. That is an incredibly generous donation. Jesus. $200. Thanks, man. I'll add that right now. Cheers.
Looks like you got yourself some funky clothes there.
Yeah, it's called a sneaking suit.
Sneaking suit? What's that all about?
I'm not sure, but it looks like what the boss was wearing.
Huh. Well, whatever it is, it's a fine piece of work.
It's a
the
fine
suit seems
piece
to be
of
made
work.
Of some kind of special bulletproof fiber. Wearing it should reduce all the damage you take by half. The waterproofing and heat and moisture insulation are top-notch. Just having it on will reduce the amount of stamina you burn. It even increases your overall camo index. You got yourself a keeper, Snake.
Yeah, maybe we should make it the official uniform of Fox.
Oh my god. Uncle Big Ulcer. Uncle Big Ulcer. With the $137 now to snipe the end early. Vlad, I'm assuming that's you. Jesus Christ, man. The huge donation again. $137 to snipe the end early. If snipe early is in the lead, it's you know, that moment is coming up soon. Right after the next major cutscene. That's if Snipe Early is in the lead after this next cutscene at the warehouse, then that's where it ends. We snipe the end early there, and then we move along. Let me save again, and I'll add that donation. Jesus, thanks everyone for all the generosity today.
Snake, have you seen Dr. Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb?
What?
Dr. Strangelove. Have you seen it?
No.
It's about this insane American Air Force commander who sends a bomber out to drop an H-bomb on Russia. It's a black comedy.
Doesn't sound very funny to me.
The actor who plays Dr. Strangelove also plays two of the other main characters. It's actually kind of funny once you get past the scary parts. It just came out this year, so I bet you could still go and see it.
Maybe when I'm in a lighter state of mind, I'll give it a try.
Yeah, I know it's not 226. Unless I got the second number wrong again. I think that's correct, though. I think 263 is correct. I love Snake's reaction there. What? Classic movie.
Snake, that area is inhabited by magpies. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh? If you use the tranquilizer gun, you should be able to capture magpies alive.
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually
Holy
eating magpie,
shit.
but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
You don't say.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, man. What's going on? What is this? Hold on a second, chat. Let me see here. Breezy with the $60 donation. The old man dies of old age. Oh my god, hold on. Now another one is coming in. Hold on. Actually, no, let's start where it started. Anonymous came in. All these donations came in at the exact same time. Anonymous came in with $140 to fight. Then Nick came in with another $200 again. $400 in total for old age. And then Breezy with $60 for old age. And then Take with $3 for old age. Oh my god, man. Hold on a second. Let me add all this shit. Let's do another paramedic save call while we're waiting.
Do you want to save? Chin up.
I'll be in touch.
Wait, hold on. Did paramedic not have anything to say?
Snake, that area is home to the big-eyed trevally. The big-eyed trevally is a type of mackerel. The adult fish lives around coral reefs, but the young can be found in freshwater areas such as estuaries and rivers.
Good to know. So, how do they taste?
The guidebook doesn't say.
Huh. Well, if they're a kind of mackerel, they should be okay to eat, right?
You'd think so, but...
But what?
Well, I've heard stories about people getting ciguatera poisoning after eating the adult fish.
Ciguatera poisoning?
Uh-huh. Fishes that live near coral reefs are sometimes contaminated with a poison known as ciguatera toxin. It apparently gives you food poisoning when you eat it.
So I can't eat those big-eyed trevally?
I don't know whether those trevally are contaminated with ciguatera or not, but use caution just in case.
Okay. Anonymous added another $1. Jesus fucking Christ. Vlad has just come in again with another monster of a donation. $300. Take this old bitch down early. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Anonymous donated $1 after. I'm assuming this was the same Anonymous who donated for Fight. Donated $140 for Fight. And then we got a load of other donations, and he donates another $1. For that reason, I'm out. You giving up, Anonymous? You don't think you're going to get your Fight? Thank you, man. Vlad, you're going crazy here. Nick with your $400. Dreadhead just now with the 5 months as well. Thank you very much. Hold on a second. $563 for Snipe Early. Old Age is pretty close with 503. That's crazy, man. Thank you, everyone. I wasn't expecting this level of generosity today. Jesus.
The flying platforms have a searchlight attached to the front. If you knock it out, that should handicap its scouting ability. And in some cases, it might even have to go back to base for repairs.
Yes, Sigint, I was going to show this. This is a really cool little detail here. Ocean Gate with the $1 to Snipe Early. Also, let me know if there are any Logitech controllers in the water. Asking for a friend. Jesus Christ, man. Hold on a second. Let me add this $1. $564 to Snipe Early. Do we know what controller they were using in that sub? Do we know exactly what the controller was? Was it a Logitech controller? It was a Logitech. So let's just try and take out this searchlight. Fuck.
We're being attacked. Enemy position.
There we go.
What's going on? Respond. We're being attacked. Enemy position unknown. Going into high alert.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
The searchlight broke. Going back for maintenance.
Acknowledged. Return to your post upon completion.
So because I broke this guy's searchlight, he is now going to leave this area entirely for a couple of minutes. But he will come back. So he just gives us a little bit of time before he comes back. Really neat little detail. Again, they're playing around with this new thing that they do in this game, which you don't see in MGS 1 or 2, guards being able to leave areas and then come back. Previous games, you know, you see them, if there's a guard designated to an area, you don't ever see them leave. Hold on a second. See if I can take out this guy's light here. Ah, shit. Ah, look, our fucking boy is on his way back. Probably gonna get spotted here. Suck my balls, everybody's big fat balls. I can't believe where are my big fat balls. Ah, fuck, I just decided to risk it. Go, 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 go.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
An interesting thing as well, the Patriot, you might think is like an illegal weapon in this game, where it's like stealth camo, something that takes away from your endgame rank. That's not the case. You can use the Patriot and still get Foxhound rank in this game. So it's not a banned weapon. I'm not sure what I want to do here, if I want to go crazy or not. Probably gonna get caught over here. Let's see. Yeah. Where could he be? It'd be cool if they could throw grenades. I don't think they can. That'd be sick. Imagine if they just tossed in a grenade. They can! Oh, sick. I couldn't remember if they had grenades or not. That is cool. Yeah, that was cinematic. That was. Whoa, shit! Am I fucking crazy? Did that look like we were getting bombed? Are those just flares? Wow. Yeah. Oh, cool. I didn't know that they shot up flares here. Sweet. Oh shit, the End donated $3 and $5 and another $3. Guys, I've changed my mind. I would very much prefer to die of old age. And then he donated $5. No, scratch that. I want to fight. And then $3 after that. Don't believe the lies. I just want to die an old man. Okay, well, I'm going to put your first $3 towards old age, like you said. The second one towards fight, and then the last one for old age again. Thank you, the End.
Snake, you've got a bad burn. Burns happen when you're engulfed in flames or get caught in an explosion. When you've got a burn, your maximum life will go down depending on its severity. Burns heal naturally over time without you doing anything, but if you go into cure in the survival viewer and treat the burn, you can heal it instantaneously. To treat the burn, lightly spread the ointment over the wound and wrap it in bandages. If you do both of these things, you can heal the burn altogether. Snake, whatever happens to you, make sure you leave a descendant, okay?
Are you saying you want to have my baby?
No. I'm saying that in the 21st century, the genes of soldiers like you are going to be in high demand.
Genes?
Uh-huh. Remember when Watson and Crick discovered the double helix structure of DNA back in 1953?
No.
You know, they won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for it the year before last. Of course, you have to feel sorry for Pauling and Franklin. They were researching the exact same thing.
Sorry, I don't follow.
Inside every living creature are little blueprints called genes. Through the union of the sperm and egg cells, these blueprints are transformed and inherited by the next generation. That's why parents and children resemble each other. The concept of genes was first proposed over 100 years ago by Mendel, but he didn't know what they were exactly. For a while, it was thought that chromosomes were composed not of deoxyribonucleic acid, but of proteins called polypeptides. Later, it was shown that deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA, was a biological macromolecule. Then 11 years ago, Watson and Crick discovered that DNA had a double helix structure.
Yeah, this is all fascinating stuff, but what exactly does it have to do with me?
The inherent characteristics of any given individual are determined by his or her genes. By duplicating a set of superior genes, a separate body with the same set of characteristics, a clone, can be created.
But genes don't control a person's fate.
That's true, but having an offspring that's genetically identical to the parent is more efficient, right? You can expect better results that way.
More efficient? You can't mass-produce human beings.
Maybe, but now that we know the true nature of genes, human cloning is that much closer to reality. Nuclear transplanting is already theoretically possible, so one day...
My genes are going to be a valuable commodity.
Exactly.
They'd never let that happen.
Just think, even if your body dies, you survive and go on to bigger and better accomplishments. If you think about it, it's kind of an honor.
Does that kind of technology seriously appeal to you?
Well, I am a doctor. I can't condone it on moral grounds, but I'm fascinated by the possibilities. Especially when I see such an excellent specimen as yourself.
Yeah, well, thanks for the compliment, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
Don't be so glum. It's not like it's going to happen anytime soon. We'll just have to wait and see.
Nudge, nudge. Wink, wink. We just got a load of donations from various versions of The End. The Real End, The End Official, A Concerned Citizen, The End. Thank you. Thank you for all of those End donations. They all went to various different methods of eliminating the End. Thank you. Thank you. I don't feel like I need to read out all those individual messages. Well, or maybe I could. Hold on. I don't think I need to read out all the individual messages, but I really appreciate all those donations from all your various End accounts. Thank you. Paramedic donated $1 just now as well. Can't condone it, but does it anyway. Yeah. I mean, she does sound like she might be swayed rather easily. She does seem to be pretty interested.
Treating serious wounds. Snake, be careful when you... Some types of foods...
Yeah. Do you think Twin Snakes will be a good option for your channel? I mean, after watching the cutscenes. What? After watching what cutscenes? A good option for the channel after watching the cutscene? Oh, text to speech. Oh, like pause it for cutscenes and then let text to speech read donations. Personally, I prefer to read the donations myself.
Not too bad.
Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, 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 bam. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so if Snipe Early is in the lead after this next cutscene, we snipe early. If Snipe Early isn't in the lead after this next cutscene, we remove Snipe Early from the list, and then it's just between Old Age and Fight up until we get to the Ends fight. As soon as it transitions from gameplay, or rather, as soon as it transitions from cutscene to gameplay, that's when all bets are off. As soon as you see gameplay, as soon as you see it fade to gameplay, no more donations count. It has to be in, the last donation has to come in before it fades to gameplay. So as it stands, it's looking like Snipe Early might take it. Let me see here. The End, thank you for the $3 again. Hey there, how's it going? How's about a little co-action? You let me die of old age, and I slip you $3. Thank you, The End, for another 3. I will add that in a second. All right, let's do it.
Get your hands off me. I'm not going anywhere.
Really now? How many times must I tell you?
Tanya!
Each time you resist, your lover will suffer the consequences. Is that clear?
Vulcan. Damn you!
Hold it right there, traitor. Let's find out just how lucky you are. Watch closely. One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it. I'm going to pull the trigger 6 times in a row. Are you ready? Huh. Looks like your luck hasn't run out yet.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on. The Cobras will take care of him.
Has the CIA dog been disposed of yet?
The pain is dead.
What? He may be a child, but he's definitely one of yours. I fear Khrushchev may have a hand in this. We have no time to lose. You must eliminate him before the final test.
Don't worry. They'll be able to handle it. I'm leaving him to you, the field.
The old man is always sleeping. Is he all right?
The end is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right. And when he does, it will be the end for the boy.
Yeah. Sokolov isn't worth your love. You can entertain me until the rain stops. Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
The sorrow, is that you?
Okay, I need to stop. I need to stop. All 3 of those came in before it transitioned to gameplay. Now I just need to add them and see which one won. Blad's 123, Nick's 150, and Rectum's 40 all came in at the end there. So let me just add these up and we'll see which one won. Yeah, it's not even close, man. Old age has it. It was really quite obvious from the start. I don't know why I thought I even had to fucking add it up. I'm tired. I'm the one that needs to die of old age, man. So yeah,